Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square, question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Burn right to the ground in pieces. From the ashes come.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Ranty, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed.
Okay, so you...
I'm going to bed.
Level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. Level is horizontal.
Sweet.
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate.
Nice.
Just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. That's so good. Everybody missed the true level, bitch. Too good. Good times. Has anyone heard of that shape? A five-sided square? Yeah. Makes you wonder why people, why we're still round here, right? I'm in it for that. hearing about five-sided squares, tilting verticals, intersecting horizontals. It's absolutely amazing, some of the stuff you can find out about on Discord. Should come on in. Gonna give you away some of the secrets of the the globe stuff tonight. Perfect maths. We'll get around to that in a bit. Does anybody want to be a debunker? You ever thought of managing, joining the debunking community? Wow. We're not popular tonight, are we? Is there something else on? Punishing us. I'm gonna go over. I'm thinking of becoming a debunker. All of us, actually, because I think we have the qualities of becoming a debunker. Well, I think we need to go over what the debunking is and what sort of stuff we can debunk. You know, what's acceptable for debunking. But we know there's some of the rules. Does anyone know this stuff? Have everybody's heard of debunkers, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, should we join them? Because I think it's a worthwhile cause. When you hear about.
Maybe we should write 5 laws of debunkers.
Well, I can go over it tonight. The home of the we'll go over you know, the use of words as we went over it earlier. Should we do the debunking stuff first? Let me get this.
Yeah, I would say that most people that call themselves debunkers have never even thought of what the word is.
Oh well, we can go over a guide to practical debunking if you want. Let me get this. So I sorted my screens out earlier. There you go. Whoop. Bish bash bosh. This is a guy. I don't know whether most people have heard of him. It's called Mick West. And he's like the godfather, I think, of this sort of stuff. He's designed a calculator that he knows nothing about. Got a clip I can point out that. Everybody knows who Mick West is. He's rather a famous face round here. Well, he was. But he seems to have done a Jesse Kozlowski. I think he's big on UFOs and stuff now. I can get that clip. Do you want to hear the clip of him? Or I will go through a bit of this, right? Remind me to give you that clip of Mick West when I talk to Mick West. So this is debunking, according to Merriam-Webster's dictionary. To expose the sham or falsehood of a subject. I think I've got... this is the Merriam-Webster. Everybody likes Merriam-Webster. Of all of the dictionaries, that has the one definition that's useful. So this is to expose the sham or falseness. And it says, did you know? It's an extra bit down here. To debunk something is to take the bunk out of it. That bunk being nonsense. Bunk is short for the synonymous bunkum, which has political origins. Debunk has been used since since at least the 1920s. It's interesting that debunk should come out and bunk from the 1920s, and it contrasts with synonyms like disprove and rebut by suggesting that something is not merely untrue, but is also a sham, a trick meant to deceive. One can simply disprove a myth, but if it is debunked, the implication is that the myth was grossly exaggerated or foolish claim. Does anybody want to become a debunker? I think it's perfect for what we do, isn't it? Well, especially when we go over the rules, right? Sounds good. All right.
Yes.
It's not just merely proving something untrue. It's proving that there was a sinister intent behind it. A trick meant to deceive. So, exposing tricks.
It could have been a nicer word, I have to say.
Well, I know.
And
It's a political word come from bunker.
I'm never going to go around pronouncing myself as a debunker.
No.
I mean, that just it sounds ludicrous.
So going off that, right, just as we play with words. Debunker is to take the bunk out of it. So let's separate this. Bunk is... Anyone? Nonsense. Right? You take the nonsense out of something to debunk. So bunk is nonsense. What's meta? Anyone?
The mind above, outside of physical.
It's like a beyond.
Yeah.
So if I were to say this site that we're taking this information from is called Metabunk.
Beyond nonsense.
Yeah.
Where's the nonsense?
Yep. Unthinkable. Like the nonsense. If you thought nonsense was a bit nonsensical, well, go beyond that. Go to the meta of that. So this site's called Metabunk, and it's from a guy called Mick West. Should tell you everything you need to know, but I mean, this is... I expect this is what Rumpus is working on, something like this for the Globe. Because this is Mick West's contribution. So when you debunk an assertion, you are demonstrating that some of the reasoning or the claimed facts behind the assertion are false. You look and see what they are claiming. You identify which bits are true and which are not. Then you explain this. Debunking is not about taking one side of an argument and then using whatever means possible to convince someone that you are correct. A good debunker is a good scientist. If there's information that contradicts your position, then don't ignore it. Instead, you should alter your position, right? For contradictions. I mean, we're quite good at finding these contradictions, aren't we?
Hang on, can I just clarify something?
What? Yeah, of course you can.
Which bit has come from Merriam-Webster and which is Mick West?
No, Mick West's doing all of this now. I've just hopped from the Merriam-Webster. This is all Mick West now.
Okay, so this is what Mick West is considering himself to be.
I think that these are the rules. These are the rules. What's it called? It's called A Guide to Practical Debunking. So whenever you hear of people who say that they claim they are debunkers, this is where they've got it from. These are the rules of debunking.
But does that then mean that he's putting himself in the position of arbiter of what is true and what is false?
He's the Metabunk guy, right?
Yeah.
But just listen to these rules, right? They'll sound dead familiar to the you know what the the debunkers are like. Who can we name? Anybody name any debunkers? Who are the most famous debunkers? I'll go first. Mr. Sensible, he's a debunker. Anyone else?
I would say, regarding this moon landings, I would say now or a few years ago, it was Gerard.
Jaren's a
Okay.
debunker.
Simon Dan.
Simon Dan's a debunker. Yep.
Professor Dave.
Yep. He's definitely a debunker.
Playing a
Tim?
walk.
Yep.
Gem Panda.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blue Marble Science.
Blue Marble Science, yes. There's a lot of these ones that we'll be familiar with. They are what we call flat earth debunkers. Wally, yeah, look, Wally's there. He's me.
Wally shouting in the.
Yeah,
It's
sorry.
okay. Calm down.
Sorry,
Wally.
yes, we would have forgotten about you completely, Wally, but seeing as you're there in the chat, yeah, Wolfie, there's another one, right? So all of these rules that are laid out for the debunking community, the whole of the wolf pack, yeah, Professor Phil, even some people that aren't actually professors that go by the name Professor.
So these are the guys who decide what is true and what is not.
Well, you'll know the rules that these guys live by, and you'll obviously know the methods, right? So if there's information that contradicts your position, don't just ignore it. Instead, you should alter your position. That sounds familiar, of course. Anybody spots a contradiction, everybody's ready for changing their opinion, right? Can't have contradictions in reality. They just don't exist. There's no such thing as a paradox in reality. Us debunkers know that. We use, it's not us versus them. Invite everyone to point out errors in your facts or in your reasoning. Focus especially on facts. Ideally, you will be able to present enough verifiable facts that any reasonable person would come to the right conclusion. Reasonable people and everything. Sounds definitely like us. There are various kinds of audiences you should have in mind when writing a skeptical article. The easiest to write for is a community of like-minded skeptics. And this is essentially preaching to the choir. It's intellectually satisfying, but not terribly useful. These people are already immune to bunk. And at best, this will be bolstering their immunity, maybe contributing somewhat to herd immunity, but really not a lot. The believers in bunk do not read Skeptic magazine. Does anyone here read Skeptic magazine?
No.
You should put it on your reading list. You know, you're not with anybody with bunk. Anyway,
I feel like
through this.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking though. I feel like you should have gone point by point, and we could have pointed out whether the debunkers are doing a good job of sticking by each.
We get to that. There's loads more.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, this is great. You'll love this. Right, so we've gone through the community of like-minded skeptics, and now this one is then consider writing a generally accessible article for those people who have not formed a strong opinion but are familiar with the subject matter. What's up with the mystery missile story, people? This is also fairly easy, as you generally just lay out the facts. Providing you can communicate reasonably, then things should work out fine. They are healthy people with inquiring minds. They may not have all the facts, but if given all of the facts, they should be able to come to a reasonable conclusion. Providing you've got all of the facts, right? But you're the debunker. Debunkers come with facts, apparently. You have to have facts. You've been reading your Skeptic magazine. Then there is writing for people who have no idea what the problem is in the first place. Like if you were asked to write a chemtrail article for US Today, a popular American newspaper, since the vast majority of people have not heard of chemtrails, you have to actually explain why people believe in them in the first place, and then explain what the problems with the theory are. This is analogous to inoculating them with a weak or dead form of the theory, and then letting their natural rationality take care of it, and hopefully build up some immunity to this and similar theories. Or, this is me speaking now, or you might get it wrong and end up just sort of paralogizing the people with fake ideas of what you imagine the conspiracy. So be very careful with that sort of thing. Just get a little bit of your own thought into it. Then you descend to the various levels of bunk infection. There's a few levels worth noting here. Bunk infection. So these are the people that apparently are affected with nonsense. There's the reasonable believer. They believe the theory. You've heard of theories, right? Like the anyone think of a theory?
Yes, I think that this is modern theory.
Yeah, like a theory of gravity, right?
Yes.
Okay,
so
right.
not checked.
Let's have that as an example for this. That's a theory. This is the reasonable believer, right? They believe the theory, but they do so based on what they think are the facts. They can be open to new facts and can often be rescued. Be aware, they will have several infections of bunk, and you are not going to get rid of them all. Don't try to. Don't even discuss the stronger bunk infections if possible. You can still talk them out of chemtrails and maybe the moon landing hoax, but 9/11 might be a step too far. One step at a time. That's the reasonable believer. Then there's the true believer. The true believer has lost all immunity to a particular subject. Anything you say that contradicts their belief must be a lie, right? You've heard people call you liars and all of that. Because it contradicts a true belief. You need to establish common ground somehow and work from there. Frequently, they will not see reason, but they can be useful as a source of mimetic material to help inoculate others. They will frequently run through the entire set of evidence, one piece at a time, oblivious to the fact that everything they bring up is easily explained. This is useful simply for you to get familiar with the arguments used. Then you have the extremists. So these are the three people who have the bunk, right? The theory. Then you have the extremists, people beyond the reach of reason. You know this, right? It's like he's speaking to us, isn't he? Like, this is the journey we've been on. Who don't even have a good basis on their own beliefs. The lack of rationality in their arguments makes them both impossible to reason with and basically useless for any part of debunking, brackets, except perhaps to illustrate how extreme the argument is. But that's not a very good argument in itself. Some think of a fallacy. Best ignore them and hope they go away. They're the extremists. In fact, I'm pretty sure you was talking about that earlier today, Emma, right? We need to get away from these extremists.
This sounds to me like I'm reading someone's weird, like an amalgamation of a manifesto. And there's another side to it as well, which I haven't quite put my finger on for how to describe it yet. So
okay, well that's just the people we're going to be.
This is weird.
Yeah. Sounds familiar though, right? You can recognize all of these different points, surely. Some
Yes.
guidelines for effective debunking communication, right? Since we are going to go into the realm of debunking, debunking, like, it doesn't say, there's no particular topic. You just debunk stuff. Perfect for us. We've got that bit of time on our hands. Why not do a little bit of debunking? We're going to have to find a better name for it, though, right? Some guidelines for effective debunking communication. Number 1, big letters. Tell the truth. Don't
Whose
lie.
truth? Hang on, whose truth?
Just the truth. Just tell the truth. It's a good one, that. Don't lie. Lies are evil. Lies will come back to hurt you. Lies are wrong. Don't lie. Mick West. Some good words for the debunking community. Don't hide facts. If something conflicts with your theory, then change or expand the theory. If you hide a fact, it's going to come up later. Be honest and you'll be safer later. Be polite. Does sound familiar. I think this is... did you write this, Emma? Because I wouldn't say that, like if I'd have read that, would you have said Mick West? Mick West wrote that. The head of the debunking community. That's where that came from.
It doesn't fit with everything that came before.
Well, that's why I think this is just for us. And then it's got this triangle, right? And it's got, starts at the bottom, name calling, sounds something like this. You are an ass hat. That's name calling. Then you have ad hominem. Right,
Has anyone ever heard anyone say that?
Ass hat. Yeah, I think Blue uses that. Blue Marble Science loves the ass in his
Never heard of it in my life.
An ass hat. And then because people say that's not an ad hom, it's just an insult. Well, here on this way, and the insult is just lower than an ad hom. So really, what you're doing there is downgrading your own fallacy to the bottom of rung. Well done. You'll never hear a debunker using the name calling, because it's not these. It's got big arrows here that says not these ones, right? So these, although I'm saying them, these are not the things for debunkers to be doing. Ad hom attacks the characteristics or authority of the writer without addressing the substance of the argument. You surely have heard the ad hom. Just refer to somebody's name, oh, that's from the, such and such cult. We don't need to address that argument. You'll never hear that sort of a thing.
Debunked already, that has.
Yeah, you'll never hear that from the debunking community. The next one is responding to tone. Criticises to the tone of the writing without attacking the substance or of the argument. Just to tone. I don't like the way you sound. You spoke harshly to me. That sort of stuff. That you'll never hear any of that. Always to the argument. And then the next one is the contradiction.
Is that supposed to be what they're not?
Yeah, these are the
do?
not these things.
So all of the debunkers that we mentioned, are not supposed to be doing that according to the head debunker.
They never do this.
Okay.
One last one. States the opposing case with little or no supporting evidence. It's just called a contradiction. Just going, not that type thing. Yeah, it's just not that. We're never given actually the opposing case. They're the not to do things. Right now, are you ready to hear the actual, the ones that we do use, because we're going to be debunkers, obviously. This is made for us. Counter argument. This is where they start. These are the ones that you should be using. Counter argument contradicts and then backs up contradiction with reasoning and or supporting evidence. So first off, you identify a contradiction, and then you back up why that is a contradiction with supporting evidence. Sounds familiar? This is made for us. Obviously, you've heard this from debunkers in the past. Can you remember the last time somebody actually had a counter argument, spotted the contradiction? When was the last time you heard a debunker spot the contradiction? We don't watch many debunkers, so I mean, that may be a bit. But no doubt everybody's waiting in the chat there to point out all of the times that the debunkers have used these things. The next one, refutation. Finds the mistake and explains why it's mistaken. Uses quotes. A bit like when that guy brought that argument round here the other day, Emma. You found the mistake, explained why it was a mistake, and even quoted the part to explain the mistake.
Or so exposing fallacy, that would be this in refutation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what we did the other day. And top of the pile, refuting the central point. Explicitly refutes the central point. Go directly to the heart of the argument and directly refute that. Best thing you can ever do. But those top three require, absolutely must require a deductive logic. You can't do any of those top three without deductive logic. And as everybody knows, the debunking community is hot for deductive logic. If it's one of the best things that they do, I mean, Mr. Sensible eats cheese as well. I want to get some further rules. Right now we know how to actually debunk things. Here's some rules. It says insulting people just polarizes them. Even perceived insults will have this effect. Telling someone they are stupid, retarded, or even that they need to do more research is entirely unhelpful to progress. We are trying to get out the bunk. And if you insult people, then they will just cling to their bunk tighter. So obviously you'll have never have heard anybody insulting anybody or telling them to do more research on something. You don't understand. Yeah. Yep.
Similar.
Not in the debunking community. Of course, there will be people who reject your ideas, no matter how you present them, polite or not. But always remember, you have a greater audience than the person you are ostensibly discussing with. Part of that greater audience might be convinced, even if the individual is not. So, think on. Have a thick skin. People will insult you. They will call you stupid, evil, ignorant, a shill. They might even threaten you. Do not let this get to you, and do not let it tempt you to respond in kind. Being perceived as angry will only provide a distraction from what you're saying. That reminds me of Fight the Flat Earth and his attempts to curb his anger issues. I think I recently heard that Kenny, the guy that used to frequent here, he gets very angry at some of the things I say. He's probably seething right now that I'm going through this, but that's something that we have to keep under control in the debunking community. Here's what this one's for you, Emma. Don't be passive aggressive. And don't be sarcastic.
This is beyond me. Sorry.
Hang on, I'm from the UK. Being sarcastic's part of my DNA.
It
just happens
when they used to
naturally.
say that you were passive aggressive for even saying
yeah.
good morning or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, have a laugh. Be sarcastic if you want. It's all right.
It is also part of my nature, so
yeah.
I'm not English, but still.
It's where you
sometimes
get your comedy from. Come on. Don't be sarcastic. It's all stuff that can be perceived as insults and all stuff that can distract. Instead, be simple, honest, direct, and polite. Take a deep breath if you feel venom as you're typing. It will probably come through in what you say. Be polite, be nice, do it honestly. So reminds me of Fight the Flat Earth.
And he had to say it again to like clarify, to really pinpoint that. Be polite, be nice, and be honest. That's like the mantra of the debunker.
Mm-hmm.
According to Mick West.
Oozing out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Don't try to win. Don't compromise truth for the sake of winning. It's not a contest. You don't win if you convince someone of your point of view, but lie to them or withhold evidence along the way. You don't win by bullying them with facts until they run away. B-ball, such a good guy. You want mutual agreement. Something where both of you arrived at commonly held understanding of the facts that is closer to the truth. Dialectic. These might even mean you yourself may change your opinions a little. But that's why they are just opinions. So you've got to be open as a debunker, ready to change your opinions, come to a mutual understanding. Don't be an expert. It doesn't matter what your credentials are. Don't assume that makes you right. Being an expert gives you an easier access to information, and it provides mental tools to help process that information. But you can't just say, because I say so. You still have to explain, to demonstrate, and to provide the means of verifying your point of view. Sounds so much like the conversations that we have so regularly. Keep on target. One thing at a time. It's very important not to lose focus, as there are lots of topic out there that will suck the life out of any discussion. One can be having a perfectly reasonable discussion about why contrail cirrus can last for several hours, and then someone says, yeah, I suppose you believe that WTC fell down because of a little fire. And all of a sudden, it's Tangent City. Of course, you could fully debunk any WTC 7 myth. They may throw at you, don't go there. It's just a huge time sink. Don't allow off-topic discussion if possible, and just ignore if you can't. So, keep on topic. One of the most important things. You know, like happens so many cases around here. Know your limits. Don't dive into a highly hostile forum. It seems to be for typing this, but I'm thinking more of a debunker. These could just be text debunkers. Don't dive into highly hostile forum that has deep and bunk-filled views of the world. If they all agree, then you are going to get nowhere. There has to be at least some discussion going on there already, or some air of reason for you to do anything productive. There's a range of conspiracy thought forums. They all contain the full spectrum of conspiracy theorists. But some forums tend more towards the extremes than others. Read before writing there. Above, Top Secret is more sensible than Prison Planet. I don't know. Prison Planet is more sensible than David Icke. David Icke is more sensible than some of the more specialised forums out there. I don't know how old this was. It was on debunker or skeptic. Both, of course. But beware of language. For some skeptics are even evil minions. I don't even know what that is.
Maybe typo, because it doesn't make any sense for me.
Minions.
I think that he meant minions.
Evil minions. Yeah, that makes more sense. For other, it's debunkers. They have somehow got the wrong definition of the word. That's always bad, isn't it? I hesitated somewhat in using bunk at all in this blog. But then it's for people who understand what true scientific skepticism is and what true debunking is. But you might want to be careful in an initial encounter not to alienate people by saying you are a debunker. If you know they are going to take that the wrong way. If you do describe yourself as a debunker, which I prefer, then make sure you can take the time to explain what it means. Debunking is just removing bunk. What do they want? You to leave the bunk alone? So you have to be good at spotting the nonsense, which I think we are quite good at doing that. Citation needed. Back up your assertions. Provide the source for your data. Don't just say aluminium makes up 8% of the Earth's crust unless you can back it up. If you are writing an article, then cite as many authoritative sources as possible. If it's a comment or in a discussion, don't claim something unless you can quickly provide evidence for it. You know, I mean, how many times have you must have seen them provide evidence for verticals diverging, right? It's always
practically
there,
impossible.
Yeah, but like they'd never claim that, right? Would they? The debunkers had never claimed that without providing the source. It says it here.
But also, who decides what sources are acceptable?
The debunkers. We're in the easily you'd be able to debunk the bunk if it was in the debunking community, wouldn't it? The sources.
I really don't like the word debunk or bunk.
You get provide evidence of your debunking. I know.
It just sounds.
I know.
It sounds wrong. It really does.
Yeah. You're off to work, darling. Yes, just doing a minor bit of debunking this morning. I'll have some lunch and then do some good debunking later on.
I am a debunker.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I think it gives you something to aim at, right? Keep it simple. advanced simplicity. It's not simple, it's complicated. It's very easy to make the explanation complicated, and then you either lose them by using science beyond their ken, or you get bogged down in minutiae. Keep it simple. It can't be true because of this one thing. Use the simplest thing that you think they will understand. Advanced simplicity. We've been doing it we've been preparing you for this. Quick example there. The Bard of El believed in chemtrails and fought against all arguments. The breakthrough came when he realized that the solar halos could only be made by ice crystals, not powder. Unfortunately, there was no way of knowing that was the one thing that would tip the balance. I don't even know what, but obviously debunked it. Let them debunk it for you is one of the rules. Teach a man to fish and you won't need to keep giving him a fish. I'm pretty sure I've heard it differently than that, but I mean, I like it. Teach a man to fish and you won't need to keep giving him a fish. While it's very tempting to simply lay out the facts and prove that something is bunk, it's much more productive for everyone to allow them to fill in a few steps for themselves. You need to gauge this carefully. Many people want to believe. So we'll resist doing anything that might harm their beliefs. But if you can get someone to look something up, perform a simple experiment, or fill in a logical step in an argument, then you will win them over in far more solid manner than you did all the work for them. You can extend this by actually teaching them how to debunk, or at least giving them a little skills, like how to effectively use Google, or perhaps a little bit of math or reference they can use. Teaching people a little bit of math with a little bit of debunking skills.
This Google is for Brenda.
And Google, yeah, forgot about that. Teaching people how to use Google effectively.
I would say that for Brenda it would work, because Brenda refuses even Googling anything.
What's this? Know the language. Believers often have a very specific usage or misunderstanding of specific terms. They frequently take any mention of some term, e.g. aerosol, to be related to their specific theory. Understand this when discussing the subject with them, and attempt to either explain what the term means or use more neural terms. Dust, water vapor. It's a bit more like flat and, in our thing. Sometimes they will pick on an unusual phrase and simply misinterpret it, like radiative forcing or angular size. Here you've got to explain the term to them. You'll have to do it again and again. You might want to consider putting up a little glossary of frequently misunderstood terms for your domain. I don't get this one. Don't trust their eyes. Quite often you get statements like, I know what I saw, when what they saw was something fairly boring, but looks like something, and they fit that into their worldview. These types of things can neatly be described by A, looks like something suspicious. B, hence how that fits into their worldview. C, but what it actually is. This bit could have been wrote better. Don't even understand what it is. A good example being the FEMA coffins. A, looks like 1,000 of oversized coffins stored in a field. B, hence, FEMA must be planning to kill thousands of people. C, but it's actually just coffin liners. The cognitive dissonance occurs. I don't think he gets this bit right. The cognitive dissonance occurs because for the believer, it's a lot simpler to go with A and B than to incorporate some new information C. They already know that there's this huge population reduction conspiracy going on. So A and B fit that perfectly. C is new information that works against the conspiracy, so must be false. That sounded like a load of shit, didn't it? It's like, I'm not too sure he understood that. There's better ways of doing cognitive dissonance than that.
Yes, but I understand where he's going to. So it's just omitting conclusion.
His
disagreeing.
Model. Yeah.
Yes. So model dictates. So this conclusion cannot be true. I understand, but in fact, he could write
That's not
it.
Cognitive dissonance, though, is it? That's just a misunderstanding of an argument. Cognitive dissonance is where there's you find out you're holding a contradiction. You put both of those two contradictory statements together, and that causes a short circuit called cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, generally, dissonance. Consonance is that where it sounds two things sounds in agreement. So in dissonance you have to have two factors: your mind, what you think. This is about Aristotle's definition of truth: what we think and what we see. So when it is agreement, there is truth, but sometimes we think not in agreement with what we see. This is cognitive dissonance. And for example, seeing things that are against what we think, that is cognitive dissonance, because it means that we thought wrongly about something. So we can see in reality that things are happening in different way than we thought, but still we are just thinking that our thinking is correct. So and then there is strong cognitive dissonance, because we have to choose: or we abandon our thought about things, or we are just starting to deny our senses. So this is cognitive dissonance. How it works.
Yeah, just finding out that you hold two contradictory things, and the state that your mind goes into when you find that out. I mean, there's multiple different ways that you can place yourself in cognitive dissonance, but the way he explained it there, I don't think it helped out really. It was just that you couldn't incorporate new information. Well, that's not cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, this is existential cognitive veiling rather, but not dissonance. Because to dissonate, to be in dissonance, you have to have two acting factors: acting, thinking, and seeing, for example.
Well, yeah, but I'd say within cognitive dissonance, it's two opposing ideas. They're contradictory ideas, and somebody just puts them together, and you go, "Oh, I have to choose one of them. Which one do I choose?"
Yes, so it has to be a crash.
Yeah.
So not just putting them side by side, or so you cannot see what you think, and you cannot think about what you see because you don't see, etc. No, this is a crash. This is meeting of your two opposing ideas, and or what you think with what you see. It has to be this crash, this meeting, so this clinch. Then there is this dissonance.
Or epoche.
Yeah, epoche. Always the best way. Keep it understandable.
If you don't know, then epoche.
Yeah, keep it understandable. The most irrefutable debunk in the world is useless if nobody reads it. It needs to be written in an accessible manner. Give the simplest and easiest checks facts first. Make it entertaining. Politeness is a factor here again, as you can turn people off. Be polite and more people will read it. Like the argument that we have. Plenty of arguments. We've got to make them simple, make them easy to understand, and make them accessible to anyone. Yeah, we're going to get round to debunking the Metabunk soon. Learn from history. Oh no, it says use simple language, use short sentences, encapsulate single concepts in single paragraphs, don't include confusing things unless needed, leave those to sidebar, appendix, footnote, keep it alongside the lines of because A, then B. Simplify your argument, make it a logical argument.
Nice.
It's definitely us, isn't it? Like, we were made for this. Learn from history. We're good at doing that, right? That's what we've been doing. We've been learning. We've been watching patterns. Where did this conspiracy come from? What is the context? The Flat Earth conspiracy makes more sense out of context. Out of communist fear. Period of, what, McCarthy in the 1950s? So what are the statistical roots of this conspiracy? Chemtrails come from health scares on talk radio. UFOs come from Roswell incident and the Red Menace. Flat Earth Society came from Bedford Canal and Robotum. The Federal Reserve conspiracies, perhaps from anti-Semitism. Avoid repeating yourself. Think twice, write once. Make your explanations well worded and in a form that can be reused. It's better to put some effort into writing a blog post, because then whenever somebody raises the same point again, you can just point them at the post. I really should write a post explaining radiative forcing. If new information comes along, you can just update the post. We do have a website. Avoid repeating others. Unless you are debunking a niche theory, then it's likely that other people will have addressed any given point before, and often very well. If there's a better explanation... Sorry, somebody wanted to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to say that where he says, think twice, write once, that's bad advice. You do not want to write once. For those people out there, if you're ever writing emails, writing blog posts, at least 3 times. You read it at least 3 times. You don't write once. That's ridiculous. As a writer, I could tell you that's ridiculous.
Correct your mistakes and then rewrite it. Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that. Whenever I'm writing something, I might have to even write it 2 or 3 times to get it right.
Where were we? Oh, other people debunking stuff. Unless you are debunking a niche theory, then it's likely that other people will have addressed any given point before, and often very well. Maybe not. Because people don't quite often see what's right in front of their eyes. If there's a better explanation, then just link to it. If there are multiple explanations, then link to them. If you find you have to write additional material, then you might need to synthesize the various other articles into something new. But make sure that you are adding something. Make a copy of whatever you link to in case it vanishes. Don't debunk where there is no evidence. A very common problem in bunk circles is when they raise the issue, you can't prove that isn't. Don't rise to this bait. The key point is that they have no evidence that it is. They are an infinite number of things that you can prove are not. So, see Russell's teapot. So for them to require you to debunk something, they first have to provide evidence that it is so. Then your first step is to nullify that evidence by explaining it with conventional theories. Long-lasting trails in the sky equals contrails. Their evidence is nullified. You don't need to provide extra evidence against their theory. As now, you still have no evidence for it. You are a debunker. The bunk here is the evidence and the reasoning they use. Remove that bunk and all you have is random theory. I think that's it. Right? So has everybody got that? We're now debunkers.
Excellent.
Can we start with Metabunk? What do you think if we were to debunk Metabunk? What would be left with? Just like meta. Meta what? Meta nothing.
If Metabunk is beyond bunk, it means it's worse.
Yeah.
Than bunk. We will be with bunk only. So
it's exactly what it's exactly what I put in the live chat, the YouTube live chat paper. Yeah, they are the meta bunkers. They add a lot of bunk.
That's where the bunk comes from now. I have, I think, I couldn't find it on here, but let's, Metabunk. Right. Everyone see that? I just did that to put it in there. Metabunk Earth curve calculator. This says it's Earth's curve horizon, bulge, drop, and hidden calculator. Everyone got the debunking hats on. You put numbers in here, right? Distance in miles, viewer height in feet. Distance, height. Anyone any ideas what those would be?
Distance would be horizontal and viewer height from ground level, so
vertical
elevation.
It's a vertical height, right?
Yes.
Height in feet, distance in miles, horizontal, vertical. You put those numbers in. Now, this is just at the bottom down here. I've never messed about with the curve calculator because I think it's a load of bullshit. But see this? You see it? Look, this is interactive. Look, whoop, whoop. You can move the horizon. You can see that this one here is the horizon, and you can move the horizon by moving that one there. You can move the horizon by moving this one here, and you can oh no, that one doesn't move the horizon. Right, so two of these ones move the horizon. As you can see there, I like to keep it symmetrical, so what I do is I put the sagittar matching up to the horizon. You don't have to do that. That's just the way I like to do it. Looks nicer, makes nicer patterns. So, oh, let me just move that. See that? So it says here, eye camera, and then you've got eye level, and then you've got viewer height here. So this would be the vertical height, and then it's got another one line parallel to the eye level, called surface level. Now, we're debunking here. So what should we be debunking? Because I can see a problem.
Surface is not surface. So
yeah,
because
but it is.
Surface,
Yeah, it's in the air, isn't it?
It is a point. This is only on one point. It touches.
Distance in miles, though, right?
Yep.
So where's the distance in miles? Is along here, along this surface level, straight line, right?
Should be, yes.
Horizontal. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem I see is that this is the difference between the height of your eye and the surface level. And these, as you can see, these are parallel, right? Yeah, so this drop, this downwards, I call it vertical, would you? Perpendicular to horizontal.
Yes.
Okay, so this vertical drop is a measured drop, but this is vertical height. So it's just in the opposite direction of your height. So it's minus your height down to there. For what?
For drop.
A drop of what? The plumb bob?
Yes.
From the surface level. Because
Yes.
plumb bobs don't work from surface level. You
Yes,
have
I
you
know.
have to have them above the surface, don't you?
Sure.
So I think, I don't know, he's got some sort, he seems to have some sort of a circle under the surface level, below surface level in this drawing. Because if we've got the distance in miles being a straight line, 4 miles, I mean, I'm presuming that's a straight line, right? Most people would know that the distance is a straight line. Or can we take the bunk out of this distance being a straight line?
In fact,
we're debunkers.
In their model, it cannot be straight line. So
yeah, let's take the bunk out of this being a straight line. So you'd think that they might use the Robotum numbers, which is a Pythagorean understanding, isn't it, for the slope?
Yes.
This this slope here over the distance between the 2 points of each end of the chord, which Blue Marble calls horizontal. So can we debunk the horizontal chord, seeing as the surface level is meant to be horizontal, at least in Mick West's Metabunk refraction calculator thing. Look, I'll put it there. If this is, I know he hasn't wrote it here, but this straight line seems to be horizontal. It is at the top of the ball. And then this line here goes under the surface level. Whatever says this diagram isn't to scale. How can you scale a circle?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
This is Strawman.
Doesn't matter what you're talking about, whatever. Do you not know that you can't scale a circle anyway, or a straight line? There's some things that they have in common. There is no numbers on this anyway. So this surface level,
hold on, Bev.
Yeah.
You got distance 1, line of sight there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's underneath the surface level, right? He's got line of sight to something below the surface level. It's impressive, I know. And we're here to debunk. Is that a bit of a contradiction to anyone?
Yes, it is nonsense, of course.
Yeah. So let's get rid of the nonsense of that. It may appear that this line of sight, which whatever says is out of scale, but it does appear to go, part of it is here, this point here, it crosses the surface level. So this bit here is below the surface level. In Mick West's calculator, he's got a line of sight going below surface level. I think that needs some nonsense impossible. There, right? Yeah, that's nonsense. We need to remove that nonsense. Thank you, whatever. Is there some sort of scale that would make it so that the line of sight does not go below surface level?
No, it always will be that way.
Oh.
So it doesn't matter. Scaling here doesn't matter.
See, that one's all right there. It's when the horizon. I think it's there, right at the horizon, isn't it?
No, it doesn't work because this calculator is for objects which are more distant than this horizon point, because this is tangent point. This is so it has to be farther, because it is calculating drop from horizon point, this point where this bulge is obstructing our vision, supposedly due to curvature. So you cannot put object before this point, because it doesn't make any sense, because this calculator is calculating drop from this horizon, allegedly. So you cannot go to you cannot make too short distance. It has to be after this tangent point.
Tangent, it's not a tangent point, it's below surface level.
Yes, I know,
You
but
can't have a
I am
tangent below surface level, can you?
I am talking about this green line, which is touching this circle.
Yeah, below surface level.
Yeah, of course, yes, it is nonsense. But whatever is talking about scaling, but you cannot go. You cannot pass this point in this calculator because you are measuring drop from horizon. It means from that point.
Yeah, it looks like there's a point here that where it's got X marked as the horizon, right? If you put the little thing there, then the entirety, which I presume is the Rumpus pole, or I don't know, it's hard to tell whether the Rumpus pole goes all the way up to the eye level on the horizontal. It might have to, actually, not line of sight.
It wouldn't because this calculator is completely ignoring perspective. So
yeah, Rumpus poles don't have anything to do with perspective, right? It's just physical.
Yeah. So
yeah. Well, it looks like I was going to say that it looks like the entirety of the Rumpus pole is below the surface level, but visible.
Yeah. According to
that.
Bev,
what happens?
Go on.
What happens? But sorry, what happens if you bring the eye level down to the surface level? What happens then?
What's that? Hey. There you go, like that. Yeah, all of the stuff disappears. Yeah.
All right.
You're just left with that. I guess that's because your horizon's where you are. If you want to bring your horizon closer, just put your eyes closer to the floor, right?
Yeah.
There you go. There's the rules. If you want to see the horizon, put your eyes on the floor.
Yes, you can take off from your head and put
and not forgetting the indoor swimming pool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you could do that. I suppose you could get some goggles, put your eyes there, and you'd be right on the horizon. See, that's how you bring the horizon closer by putting your eyes closer to the floor. I'm just trying to work out how close we can get it. Yeah, it looks like that's the
it has to be more than 0 because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
See, when we zoom in there, see that? I don't know what that is up there. Can't be eye level, can it? Eye camera. Why does it put the eye camera in?
It's a glitch.
Yeah, I forget about that. That's a bit. But you can see here that the eye level and the surface level are pretty close. And we've got whatever that is, that tilt there. We can make that bigger. That. This is Page's proof, isn't it? We've got the geometric perpendicular to horizontal. This line going across here is the horizontal. And this one here is the perpendicular to the horizontal, commonly known as a vertical, but as we all know, that's a load of bunk, isn't it? That's been debunked anyway by who debunked that one? Perpendicular. I think Blue Marble did that. just quite recently, actually. I mean, I would say Jesse Kozlowski and that other guy who may or may not live in Maine, but they've left the arena. The closest we've got at the minute is Blue Marble Science.
Debunked vertical, you say?
The perpendicularity of vertical in a location away from the original, right?
Right.
I mean,
Right. I got you
now. It was old school. I was talking to my dad about this the other day, where it was considered that verticals were always perpendicular to horizontal, and every horizontal could have multiple perpendiculars. But New Maths has stated that that's been debunked. In the tradition of debunkers now, I don't need to actually tell you who did it and why they did it. Just Google it, right? I can teach you how to Google. That whatever will back me up on that one, I'm pretty sure. You find the sources for us, whatever, for the whoever it was that debunked verticals. More than one vertical being perpendicular to a horizontal plane or line, doesn't really matter. I know it's out there. The other debunkers will help us out with that one. I know I've got a team of them on side. So
yes, so Bev,
Yeah.
you got so the distance along that line then, viewer point or whatever to along the surface level is the distance in the calculator.
What?
You know that the point. Well, the distance in the calculator is that straight line there going to across the surface level to the black dot. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
No, it still says 4 and 6. I don't think
Yeah,
this calculator part actually does anything in relates to this. I don't think you can just drag it. It's just like an interactive thing. Like it's like a toy. You want to imagine
to visualize,
yeah. But all I'm saying
vivify your imagination.
The distance you've put in a calculator is that
broke it.
Would be that distance. That's what I'm saying. Surely.
Yeah,
I know you're not saying there's no relationship, but if you want to say that's 4 miles, it's 4 miles, right? That would be the measurement. Right. That's what I'm saying. Cross that dotted line or cross that other line just underneath.
Oh, well, there you go. But I broke it.
What I'm saying is the measurement of distance in miles isn't the purple line, but it would be this, across the surface level.
Yeah, it's this surface level here. This is the triangle that you're dealing with here.
Yeah.
This one. It's the one you developed.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is
Robotum
that's the 4 mile. Definitely the linear surface level there.
Yeah, this is
no. So, sorry, Robotum didn't this dotted line, which is labeled as surface level. This is not what Robotum was talking about. He was talking about this green line of sight to geometric horizon, marked here as horizon with X, and he from this point marked as X here, horizon, he is calculating his drop, this miles, inches per mile square. So this is your starting point where you are.
No, it's not this drop here.
No, you have, if you have distance from your object, for example.
Yeah, well,
so
the distance is along here. The distance that you put in, like Spot On said, this distance in miles is the distance along the surface level.
Yes, in that calculator, it doesn't make any sense. But this is not what Robotum, let's say, did.
Yeah, you can't get mixed up on the images, right? Because the images don't don't do that because he's got the horizon being below surface level. That Robotum's numbers, this is the triangle that Robotum was using. This is the drop, and this is the distance. So he would work out that this drop here from this surface level. So this drop that he's got labelled as drop, that's the actual Robotum numbers. This stuff that he's added in is the refraction numbers that they have for some sort of eye camera and planning where your horizon is.
No, Robotum calculated this from this triangle also, but his this calculation, this 8 inches per mile square, is from some proportion.
Blue says it's the arc length. That distance is an arc. It's not, Blue. The distance is a straight line. So stop being silly, Blue.
But anyway, he is starting measuring this 8 inches not from viewer point. If
yeah, I know, yeah, because McToon said, I've got a clip of that as well. McToon said to Professor, the guy that isn't a professor, what's he called, Dave. He said to him that he got it wrong. 8 inches per mile squared isn't wrong. It's wrong for when you're using optics, but it is not wrong for physical drop. Right? So 8 inches per mile squared is for the surface level, horizontal, and a drop down to what would be called the surface level, but it is the surface, from the surface level to the surface level. He's named these really badly, but that's what we would call a Rumpus pole.
Yes. So in fact, this I don't know why he's talking about this surface level, which is not surface level.
It is a surface level, right? I mean, he's labelled it surface level.
Yes, I know, but it doesn't fit this picture, this circle.
That's exactly what we're doing. We're debunking Metabunk. Hopefully he'll say thank you for this, for us helping him out. We send him a clip of it. Blue Marble knows we've been here. He'll be letting Mick West know the mistakes he's made.
I would say that this picture is just misleading because this line labeled as surface level has nothing to do with their model. So
well, apart from the Robotum numbers, right? Because like when we got the me and Spot On got the short numbers from 0 to a mile in 100-meter segments. We call them the Ruhif numbers. And they're all of the little ones, starting from here, right at the beginning, and going all the way up to a mile. And they're just literally the vertical drop numbers from that horizontal. It's what we based the realizing Euclid test on, to see, how far we would need to go. So all of this, eye camera and all of that's just rubbish. It doesn't make any sense. All we're actually interested in is the 8 inches per mile squared, the physical drop, the stuff that McToon said.
Yeah.
And that
Absolutely.
doesn't have anything to do with the horizon. It's just a physical drop that you have to imagine would be there for the separation between level and horizontal. But for some reason, Mick West's called the surface level the horizontal, which makes it a bit hard for you to say that what we're actually measuring, the drop, is from the horizontal to the level. It's the separation of level from horizontal. Who did we have earlier?
Yes, absolutely.
Somebody saying that.
But still, I think that you are slightly mistaken because you think that horizon is optical. In globe model, dogmatic globe model, a horizon is not optical thing. It's geometrical. This is physical obstacle.
Yeah, I know you can move it around. You move this
Yeah.
one here, like ooh,
Yeah, yeah,
you can
yeah.
just move it around.
So this is point on the circle.
Yeah,
And
it's this little green X here.
yeah, yeah. So from that point, you are measuring this drop where objects are sinking.
Yeah,
in
but
horizon.
this isn't this is obviously a different calculation than this Robotum triangle here, the original. Right, this is this here. What this bit? This is all new maths. We don't want to, like Mick West says, keep it simple. We're not trying to confuse anybody with, you know, this moving horizon or anything like that. We're just considering this triangle here from the surface level, horizontal, as Mick West has called it, may sound contradictory and confusing to have the surface level being horizontal and that showing the drop from horizontal. It would mean it's an elevation change, but
yes,
Blue
beneath
Marble
the
goes
earth.
for that anyway.
Yes, so it doesn't make any sense because we are operating under the ground, so which is nonsense.
Yeah. What do you think of that, Blue? If you were to put LIGO on this model, how would it fit? Thank you very much, Timothy. Grab yourself a membership, Blue. Timothy, get you a membership. You're helping us out here, Blue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Timothy. So come on, Blue. This debunking, do you want to help us out here, Blue? I don't know if anybody knows Mick West, but this has got to be a problem. Surface level and the site going below surface level. Can you imagine the horizon being below surface level? Line of sight, wait a minute. I've got my camera all the way up there, haven't I?
Horizon should be this surface level. So
Why is that? These always stay parallel, don't they? Eye level and surface level.
Weird that, huh?
Always
pretty weird.
yeah,
parallel.
but still, I am also surprised because in Robotum, let's say calculations, there is no such thing as this eye level and surface level. So, especially this surface level, this is absent in Robotum's drawings, let's say, and calculations. So that's why I was very, very surprised. Why they added, or Mick West added this surface level here, because it completely is out of topic here. Means nothing. I don't know.
Well, it does. Look at it. It means that the surface level in Mick West's mind is horizontal. Let me get some clips. Oh, wait I'll let everybody see that. Okay. You guys. Change windows. There you go. Right, you can see that one as well now. This is a bit of Buster. We're having a bit of a Buster interlude. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in a matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
Headphones on.
Yeah. All right, welcome, Mick. So, this is a clip where Mick West came over. This is in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I got Mick West to come in to have a chat. Mick West was invited in specifically so I could have a chat with him.
Thank you, Bev.
Have you seriously never heard of this place?
I think someone's mentioned. Just hold on one second. I'm just going to change my settings here so I get my headphones on. Dim dim dim.
You see, my name is Horizontal Level Literalist. I've been for a while.
All right. I think I have you on headphone. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, that's it. You're in my ear now. Jolly good. So yeah, I think people have mentioned it before, but I think there's a few different like flat Earth discourse.
So there's a clip here at the side that says Mick West talking to me. I took the photo of my pool cue, which I slightly bent under its own weight. The intent was to show how perspective compression magnifies a slight curve. So he bent a pool cue and then showed perspective compression magnifies that slight curve. The photo of the electrical towers was taken by Soundly. This is all discussed here, and then there's a little bit about his Metabunk stuff. These are the pictures of him bending his pill cue and how much curve he managed to get, which is quite a lot. He did well. To, you know, his perspective compression really magnified that curve all the way down into the butt of the pill cue. Very impressive.
Good.
This is the big one.
I'm sure it is. It does appear to be quite a lot of people. It's very interesting. You know, I'm very interested in the whole phenomena of flat Earth, so I thought I'd check it out. Just looking at my Discord. Phenomenon.
Yeah.
Phenomena. Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us.
So Bev, like you wanted to talk about, should we talk in this channel, or was there somewhere else that you wanted to show?
If you're okay with being on a live stream, we do have a live stream that's on YouTube and other platforms that we tend to have our discussions there. If you're not comfortable being on a live stream, we can have it somewhere else.
I don't mind.
But the live stream is where we mainly go, but it is streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So if you're okay to go there and talk in there, are you okay with that?
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. Well, just before we go, Mick, I'm more concerned, as my name suggests, horizontal level.
Yeah, it does seem like a bit of a single issue thing you've got going there.
Yeah. Well, like certain people have led me to be this way. I would like to move on, but I can't because of certain people and their attitudes towards it. But still, like the whole point is what I'm trying to get at is that we need to measure curvature, right? So I'm suggesting that the best method would be over water level.
Yeah, that sounds good. I would agree with that. Yeah.
Sweet. So like that's it. That's all we're interested in. So if you would like to come and explain to people how that would work, because you're the curvature guy, aren't you?
Well, I'm just one guy.
It's your calculator.
Yeah, but there's lots of calculators, and it's the math behind it isn't really it's just math. It's
just
not
a model, isn't it?
Cool. That's brilliant. You can come down to the last
only exists in mathematics.
They have for measuring the curvature of water level in a canal.
Yeah.
A mile long, let's say.
That's too short.
Why?
There's very, very little curvature over a mile. You need to do about 5 or 6 miles.
Well, how much curvature is there? Your calculator?
7.9 inches.
1 mile.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
The
drop over 1 mile is only 0.66 inches. 0.66 inches. 0.66 inches.
Mick West, the drop over 1 mile, 0.66 inches. That's Mick West's, what did he call it? Earth curve calculator that we were just using earlier.
So he is misunderstanding Robotum at that point.
Don't forget he's got an Earth curve calculator, right? And like he said, he just knows it. I knew Mick West as the Earth curve guy, and I just was asking him, like, what's the best method of measuring the water drop that Jesse Kozlowski said, drop from horizontal? What's the best method? And I mean, I can put it back a bit more just to...
Yeah, but still, in these very words, what he said right now, he is misunderstanding Robotum's calculations. So this is what I can say, because Robotum was measuring drop from horizon, not from
the horizon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not the drop
Because
of the horizon.
you can say that, because your distance to horizon is one thing. If you have that's why he was allegedly 8 inches above water surface at Bedford Canal, because it means that the first mile would be hump to horizon, this 8 inches, and then he calculates drop from horizon. So if Mick West is talking about distance between objects, this is not what Robotum was calculating. So that's his misunderstanding of Robotum. If he's saying that these calculations are based on Robotum, and
Yeah,
it should be.
Drop from the surface level, as Mick West
Yeah.
calls it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm asking him. And he says for a mile it's 0.66 inches, which is what, 2/3 of an inch. Maybe about 15, 18 mil, something like that. Nearly 2 centimeters, says Mick West.
But still, this is wrong. This is
Yeah.
not the distance between observer and object.
I think somebody else there like debunks him, right? Because obviously when somebody gets something like that wrong, Mick West obviously needed debunking when I was asking him that. So listen to it.
Yeah. 1 mile.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
Not
the
a lot.
drop over 1 mile is only 0.66 inches. 0.66 inches. 0.66 inches. 0.67 inches.
0.66.
Yeah, that is 7.
Is it?
7 inches, isn't it? Yeah.
7 inches, isn't it? Did you hear the nervous laugh? Does this sound like a guy that's just made an Earth curve calculator? Seriously, I'm being serious here now, right? This is the head honcho of the Metabunk community that's just made an Earth curve calculator that everybody's using. People cite it to this day. Even whatever did it the other day. Listen.
Yeah. 1 mile.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
Not
the
a lot.
drop over 1 mile is only 0.66 inches. 0.66 inches. 0.66 inches. 0.67 inches.
0.66.
Yeah, that is 7.
Is it?
7 inches, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, 7
0.67
inches.
feet. 0.67 feet.
Okay, so that's
over one,
so that's
over 1
noticeable,
mile.
like, isn't it?
It's hard to see.
Try and be literal with definitions of things. Again, try thinking, the dum-dum that he is. He keeps saying that water level is...
Right, so that's over at that was over at 24/7 when Mick West, they actually got to talk to him. And then he was obviously doing a bit of a tour, and he went on Fight the Flat Earth straight after. And this is some of the best stuff you'll ever get, because I'm talking to them in the chat, because obviously these people won't talk to me, and I've got Fight the Flat Earth in the chat, and well, listen to this.
The dum-dum that he is. He keeps saying that water level is horizontal. I mean, my answer to a stupid argument like that is, well, Merriam-Webster dictionary defines level as conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. How do you argue with someone who's just trying to use definitions and doing it incorrectly? Merriam-Webster dictionary defines level as conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. How do you argue with someone who's just trying to use definitions and doing it incorrectly?
Did you get that? He states that Merriam-Webster definition and then says, how do you argue against people that just use definitions? To Mick West. Completely unaware that he's just stated a definition.
Yes. So why he is doing that? He's accusing you that you are using definition, and then he is using definition to accuse you that you are doing using definition.
And then he's asking Mick West that what do you do when people just state a definition?
Yeah,
it's hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, it is.
So I'll put that back again, just so you can listen to it, and you can see this here, right? These are Fight the Flat Earth comments on Twitter. Now, this account for Fight the Flat Earth doesn't exist anymore. It got banned, and it got banned because of these comments that he's putting. I'll read it out. It says, Bev, level is not a straight line on a horizontal. Level can be curved. Level and flat are not the same. Stop lying to your children. Teaching them any flat earth doctrine is child abuse. So I think Fight the Flat Earth thinks that level being a straight line on a horizontal plane, I think he thinks that's flat earth for some reason. And there's a lot of people that have done that. It's not. It's just reality. Stop linking something in reality to something that it doesn't obviously exist. It ends up with you getting in trouble, right? Like Mick West says, you can't debunk something that's a load of nonsense. Fight the Flat Earth is making nonsense by linking something in reality and then saying, don't teach anybody that. That's disgusting. But listen to this.
To the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. How do you argue with someone who's just trying to use definitions and doing it incorrectly? Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines level as conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. How do you argue with someone who's just trying to use definitions and doing it incorrectly?
So it's not only just using definitions, it's doing it incorrectly. So there's a way to correctly use definitions, like Fight the Flat Earth does here, presumably, and a way to incorrectly use definitions within a proof, I'm guessing, to state your terms.
Wait a second. But he is cherry picking, because even in Merriam-Webster, this is a third entry, and there are other definitions of level. So he is cherry picking that third entry, and for him this is correct. But if you are using first one, basic one, let's say, this is incorrect. It's just, yes, it is hilarious.
Can you see these comments here at the side? It says, I'm no one's leader, but I have enough reach to cause you a world of trouble now. This is Fight the Flat Earth talking to me. And I say, is that a threat? And he says, it's a promise. You will not be allowed to promote your hate and childhood anymore. So...
Oh, yes, it is a
promise.
threat.
It's a threat, yeah. He blatantly says yes. And then he links it to Twitter support and says that I'm actively promoting on the platform. That's Fight the Flat Earth. The guy that won't attempt a debate with me. A bit like Red's rhetoric. You know, they just talk shit about people's families and then hide behind... well, hide behind what? What are they hiding behind? Same stuff as blue marble science. Well, let's listen to the actual conversation that goes on here.
Dictionary defines level as conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. How do you argue with someone who's just trying to use definitions and doing it incorrectly?
Well, you know, I for that one, I show them generally these books on surveying. There's lots of books on surveying, old ones and new ones, that discuss what level actually means and how it is actually, you know, the curvature of the Earth. There's books from, like, you know, I've got old books that are over 100 years old that describe these things. And you can look at modern books, like the actual current textbook that is used by surveying students will describe these things. So you can then point to the dictionary and see, like, you know, the dictionary has different definitions, different usages of words. So when you're using a word like level, yeah, in some sense, in some contexts, it's used just to mean a horizontal plane.
See that? What do you call that? Are you watching it, Kev? Oh, Kevin's not even here. Is that like an automotive response? The way he does that. Watch what he does with his hands.
When you're using a word like level, yeah, in some sense, in some contexts, it's used just to mean a horizontal plane.
Just to mean a horizontal plane. He's got an action to go with it to show you what a horizontal plane is. That's level. Level being a horizontal plane. He can't be saying that, can he?
Yes,
the whole
he said,
thing is that's what I
said
say. That's not allowed. Horizontal plane? I've got that GIF. I don't know whether anybody uses it or not. Level is just meant to mean a horizontal plane.
So when you're using a word like level, yeah, in some sense, in some contexts, it's used just to mean a horizontal plane. So when you're talking about leveling something like a building, what they mean is a horizontal plane. But that's really just because at a local, local situation, like over a few tens of feet, the level, which is the curve of the Earth, is indistinguishable from a horizontal plane. So it doesn't really make any sense to account for the curvature of the level.
Right. Now, obviously, what he's just said there doesn't appear to help that much. He did just say that level is a horizontal plane or can be considered as a horizontal plane. In's going to come a guy called Sean Huffrod. Now, when Red's Rhetoric was in the height of his scamming the Globe Earth community, he had this guy called Sean Huffrod. He once had boobies. He's got rid of them now. He got paid £10,000 to leave his house or something from a GoFundMe that Red Rhetoric was doing. But that's the guy that's going to come in here now. And he's going to come in with an argument that isn't that often used. And listen to Mick West's response.
Right. I like to use the example of a car tire a lot for several reasons. One, specifically because you can look at the rim of the tire, the hubcap, out to the outer edge. But flat earthers always seem to miss the basic thing that cavemen figured out, thousands of years ago, about why a wheel works the way it works. Is because it's a level surface and it's round. It's all level from the center. It's the same. Is because it's a level surface and it's round. It's all level from the center. It's the same potential distance all the way around it. It is a level surface rolling along on the ground. That's why they're so efficient.
I don't really see how you would call it a level surface, though. I mean, what do you mean by level in this context? You're kind of making up a new definition of level for a wheel.
Level is.
He's making up a new definition of level by saying it's round.
Yes, so Mick West is surprised.
Yeah, Mick West's like a normal person, right? These are taught contradictions. Mick West isn't aware of this new mathematical term that has to be applied. He's not up to date with the new arguments and stuff that have been developed. I have to say, I think I put a hand in this, Mick West not knowing this. Definitely got a hand in Mick West learning this here. But you can see Fight the Flat Earth. He's agreeing with Sean that level should be round. And Mick West is, he's not having it.
Is the same distance at every point from something else. It's level from the center of the tire or the wheel.
But that's not true for the Earth, though. I mean, the Earth is not the same distance at every point from the center of the Earth. It's the potential surface of gravity.
It's just
the potential. So who was it the other day that was saying they just don't use equipotential? Didn't even know what the word was. It was somebody, wasn't it? They were laughing at the equipotential angle of adjustment. But as we just said there, Mick West, equipotential.
That's not true for the Earth, though. I mean, the Earth is not the same distance at every point from the center of the Earth. It's the potential surface of gravity.
It's just pointing out that level does not mean flat.
It doesn't mean flat, no. But I don't think saying that the surface of a wheel is level is going to help.
It's not going to
because that's level is really the surface of the water, essentially. When we're talking about surveying level, if you want a road to be level, you want it to go neither up nor down. It doesn't mean it's going to be a perfect arc of a circle.
Right, but it's still
pretty close to one. Yeah, it's still level is really about gravity. It's about being perpendicular to gravity. It's not really about being
perpendicular to vertical. That's level, right? That's what he just said. That's right, Blue, isn't it? Level is perpendicular to vertical, similar to horizontal, and in that way, in that respect,
the same distance from something.
Okay.
Right, but it's still
pretty close to one. Yeah, it's still level is really about gravity. It's about being perpendicular to gravity. It's not really about being the same distance from something.
There you go. It's not about being the same distance as something. It's about being perpendicular. Perpendicular to vertical level. Mick West, thank you very much. So, I've got some more videos, but I don't know. It might take me a little bit to find them.
So, blue marble scientists have a problem here.
Well, since we're debunkers, please be my guest. Let's discuss. Let's try and help them solve their problem. We have a surface level that is horizontal. We have Mick West saying that level is perpendicular to vertical, which would seem to show the drop on his curvature. It's like a drop from surface level, which would be an elevation change, like blue marble states. But you can't really have level being an elevation change from horizontal, because that would necessarily mean either level has to slope or horizontal has to slope. They both can't be a zero slope and a zero elevation change.
Yes, because if they can measure drop, so it has to be drop from something. If level is curving, there is no drop.
Drop from
only
horizontal.
from horizontal.
Yeah.
But if horizontal and level drops, they are curving, there is no drop.
Yeah. And if level doesn't drop, then you have to have a rise of the horizontal. Right? You can't have a drop from horizontal of something that doesn't drop. So therefore, the horizontal has to rise. Or you just have them both being the same. They're the choices that you have. You have level and horizontal being the same. Or you can have level dropping away from horizontal, which means an elevation change of the water. Or you can have the horizontal rising from the level. Which also sounds ridiculous because horizontal has a zero slope. So you can't have it rising, and you can't really have the water level dropping because that would be flowing water, not water at rest. But it has to happen on the globe. Seems like the nonsense for the Metabunk Earth curve calculator has to stay. Because it is a curve, imagined curve of level from horizontal, right?
Yes, they have to imagine that.
The Earth curve calculator is an imagining of how much level must curve in order for you to imagine you can live on a globe, the dogmatic globe. That's, I believe, these Earth curve calculators are just pacifiers for those sort of adult intellectual. I don't know. It's hard to say without being condescending to him. But the Earth curve calculator is just a pacifier, right? When Mick West says he was helping teach people how to, I don't know what you say, how to teach people how to use Google. Do you think he meant to hand over these numbers? Just
Maybe.
go to Earth curve calculator if you want to know how much level curves.
Yes, it may mean this. Yes, it might mean this also. And by the way, he said that he sounded like he really doesn't know much about his calculator, because
you spotted that, did you?
Pardon?
You spotted that, did you?
Yes, in his voice, he was not very sure what he's talking about. And when he described that distance, he described that wrongly. So this is problem. Maybe this is just problem that cannot be resolved. So strange, for me, strange. He just made some calculator to please some people, but I think maybe he is suspicious that it doesn't work. It's just, as you said, pacifier.
I think he doesn't know. I don't think he's got a clue about how his calculator works. I don't think anyone does. I don't think there's anyone out there. Over the 4 years that I've been in this, trying to talk to people about it, I don't think there's anyone that can literally talk about these numbers or where they come from, how they work, how they reference a horizontal, or any of that. Because any time you engage in a conversation about it, people end up in ECV. They get into cogdis. They have to say things like horizontals don't actually exist. Because they've got this surface level here. I don't know what Mick West, I don't know how he's going to deal with that. I don't think it's possible.
Yes, this drawing is nonsensical. So maybe he keeps, or he kept in his mind that level is straight line and vertical is perpendicular, and somehow he put that drawing with that circle and deep horizon, etc., just to please the viewer or whatever, but because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, here's the thing, right? As I've shown you, if you've seen that in the live chat, I'm talking about, I've been thinking about the Rumpus pole and looking at this Metabunk and wondering how Rumpus and whatever and Blue Marble Science and Wally are gonna obviously, and we have to bring in Mick West and obviously Red's rhetoric. You know, let's bring in all of the guys. We're debunkers now, right? We're not scared of considering problems, right? Even finding contradictions, which there's obviously contradictions in this. So here's the contradiction that I see. Rumpus has designed the Rumpus pole, which is obviously measuring the nutsack drop. Colloquial term, I know. Some may find it offensive. That's what it's called. So that's the full nutsack drop, which is a measurement of a Rumpus pole. The Rumpus pole being the separation of level from horizontal. But the question is, with that picture there, where do you put the Rumpus pole? I would suggest eye level and surface level being horizontal. You would suggest that that's the auto level, the view. So therefore, the Rumpus pole must terminate in that eye level, which is a horizontal. But as you can see in the picture there, that would leave Rumpus being perpendicular to the surface level. Do you think that's what Rumpus designed when he designs his Rumpus pole like that? Or that's in the mind of people? Because I know Blue Marble gave us the number for the entire Rumpus pole, you know, for the full nutsack drop, the full distance at Bedford to 6.04 miles. Now that Rumpus pole, where would that be placed in the model? Where do you imagine it would be placed?
In their model, it has to be where it is.
Which one?
So,
the drop?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, perpendicular to the surface level, right?
No, this rocket is. It has to be tilted.
Okay, yes, but you don't forget, when you are sighting your Rumpus pole, right, you are sighting it through an auto level, which is eye level.
Yes. So
Okay, so it has to be seen. It has to at least reach that to be the length of a rumpus pole.
Yes, but it doesn't.
But that's
it doesn't
not,
match.
no, that's not how Blue Marble calculated it, right? Because Blue Marble would have used the Robotum numbers, which are the drop from the, that right angle triangle that you're making is a different vertical, isn't it? That's the old school
Absolutely,
perpendicular
absolutely.
to horizontal vertical. And that isn't the same length of a rumpus pole as the one that you just described. So this is where I'm saying, I think there's a contradiction in the positioning of the rumpus pole. And I'm not too sure whether Blue Marble Science and Wally and whatever, and Mick West, Rumpus, whoever else, they can all come and join in. But I'd say that there is a pretty big problem within this. There's some sort of a contradiction as to where do you position your rumpus pole? And it's like I say, in the true debunking style of Mick West, you open up the reasoning, right, for everybody to have your own input on it. I'm not trying to hide away from anyone. Please, let's have Blue Marble's ideas. Let's hear what Rumpus thinks of this. Anybody else got any opinions of where would you place your Rumpus pole on a Metabunk curve calculator? I mean, obviously, it'd have to be below surface level. Although, that may confuse you. It may sound contradictory.
Yes, it is contradictory and nonsensical.
So how many people do you think will be able to understand the Metabunk curve? Because it's been going for a few years now. A lot of people have used it. And I don't know how apparent this problem was. If it weren't for Rumpus and his Rumpus pole and the Bedford, because I mean, he does have the Sagittar marked on there, which would be the Wallace, but even that looks like you're looking down. And I can't imagine anybody thinking that you would, like Wallace is looking down. I mean, I've been to Bedford. You don't get the impression that you're looking down at all. You're just looking out.
Yes, but horizon is always below horizontal. If you are at some height, let's say 5 feet.
It's not normally below surface level, though.
No, absolutely not. Because what is below surface level, even in their model, this is horizon, this geometrical horizon, so it is below. So you cannot see that.
I know.
So
it's weird, isn't it? Why is
problem.
Nobody else seen that? How long's Metabunk curve calculator been going? And I've never really bothered looking at it myself. This was the first time. Whatever made us look there, because Rumpus said that he'd labelled it wrong, and then whatever said, I didn't do that. That's Metabunk. And I went, I've never been to Metabunk. Let's go and have a look. Did it today. It says that it's right. It is. It does. It definitely says that. Eye level and surface level are definitely on the Metabunk curve calculator. Now, Rumpus said he'd labelled it wrong. So Rumpus already has seen some sort of a contradiction. I don't know whether he's ever pointed that out to Mick West and whether that exchange has ever been done before, but it only leads you to believe that Rumpus has never looked at the Metabunk curve calculator before, even though he claims to be the mathematical genius that, gave the maths numbers to everyone. I didn't take the picture of a drop or anything, whatever. And we did put the camera on the auto level, like we did, yes. But that's not a drop. That's an auto level. It's putting a camera on the auto level.
And by the way, if whatever is talking about what you see through camera or auto level, this is optics. And this Metabunk calculator is just calculating physical drop. It is not about optics. This is not optical calculation. Absolutely not. This is pure geometrical calculation. Intended to be only geometrical calculation, not optical. So whatever, please don't say that Beth saw something through camera or took pictures, because it is not about perspective. Nothing
no, the
to do.
Rumpus pole is, though. I mean, that's what we're talking about. You have to give him his due, right? The Rumpus pole is what we're giving them to imagine, and the as everybody knows, the Rumpus pole has to be sighted through an auto level. Rumpus has already done it.
Yes, but you cannot compare this picture of Rumpus pole with Metabunk.
Well,
because
you can, though. Blue Marble said that Pythagoras gave him it. Right, so he is saying he's having the perpendicular to the surface level. Thank you very much, Blue. Like, we did know that that's how you work it out. You use Pythagorean and you use this right angle relationship of the perpendicular to the surface level. Blue Marble confirmed. Which does, I understand now why you took back the chord being horizontal, because if your surface level's horizontal, you can't have the chord being horizontal too, can you? I get it. Pythagoras gave us all of the math. You know that's proposition 47 within Euclid, right, guys? Touted as a possible swap for the triangle axiom of equal stature, yet it could be proved, so they didn't put the 47th as an axiom, because it's a 47th proposition, obviously provable. It's one of those things that is provable, right? Triangles having the sum of two right angles. You can show that through the Pythagorean triples. It's good to know, Blue. So definitely a horizontal distance between the two when you're doing the calculations. Rise over run gives you a slope. The mathematics of the globe works fantastic. And thanks to Blue Marble Science, we've got confirmation. All we need to do now is continue on with the proof.
Marble seems to discuss with, about LIGO, I think.
Yeah, he's willing to talk to all of those guys about straight lines. What does he care about surface level being horizontal? Debunking, I don't know. I think he's debunking horizontals being equal elevation. He did say I think he's a bit hot on it, at the minute. Blue Marble did do the ass comment thing. Let's have a look. It's I'll take you, Mobius, and the rest of your clan on, and we'll see who knows what they're talking about. Man up if you dare, says Blue Marble Science. That's debating, fighting talk, that is.
Very vigorous. Yeah.
I'm proud of him. He didn't mention asses or anything. So Blue Marble has confirmed that the Rumpus pole is perpendicular to the surface level.
Okay, but it cannot be on their model. Sorry, because
that's their model. That's how they calculate it on their model.
Yes, but they have tilted verticals. So if pole is vertical on their model, it cannot be perpendicular to the surface level line. It is impossible. Sorry.
Another contradiction. This surface level seems to be a bit of a problem. Despite the fact that the horizon always seems to be below the surface level. Contradiction number one. Contradiction number two, the mathematics that they use has a Rumpus pole perpendicular to the surface level, which obviously is away from the point where the surface level is perpendicular to vertical.
Yes, that's the problem.
And only one of them can actually be vertical in the rules that no two perpendiculars to a horizontal. Sorry, no two perpendiculars to a surface level can be vertical. That's a rule, isn't it?
Yeah, so maybe solution for that would be tilting this Rumpus pole towards
you can't do that
the
with
viewer.
Pythagoras, can you? You can't. You need the right angle for Pythagoras to work.
But if on their model this Rumpus pole is already tilted, so he has to make it straight. So in fact he would tilt it, but that would be solution.
But
the only way.
It wouldn't be a Pythagorean triangle then, though, would it?
Yes, I know. But you have to choose.
Is that another contradiction then? The fact
you have a dilemma problem because, or you have to tilt this vertical to being vertical to be perpendicular to surface level, or you cannot use Pythagorean theorem. So that would be dilemma.
It's another contradiction, right? Or you could call it a contradiction. Yeah, well, I don't know. They're open up to him, but I'd say we've got a couple of dilemmas and 2 or 3 contradictions apparent just within the curve calculator. And that's one of the first things we've started. We've only just become debunkers. And look at us go. Get in on it, guys. Who else wants to join us debunking? Anybody else see any contradiction? Because that's all you have to do when you're debunking, right? You find nonsense and point at it and go, look, let's have that nonsense out of here. Come on. Debunk that nonsense. What do you reckon? We can't have just debunked the Metabunk Earth curve calculator, can we? In our first night of Mick West teaching us how to debunk.
And he debunked himself because he used wrong numbers in calculations. This is what he said.
Use
in
the
this
straight,
clip.
yeah, the surface level, distance on the surface level. But Blue
And
Marble
this,
says it's a curved one. But like they don't use curved distances in Pythagoras, do they?
I don't think so.
No.
Or maybe they developed Pythagorean theorem into modern Yeah, so I don't know.
Well, they can do new manifolds and things, thanks, Jero. But they still use Pythagorean in like I don't know, they call it double manifolds or something. No doubt Blue will know that, but they still use Euclidean and they still apply the Pythagorean formula to these surfaces.
A squared plus B squared equals
Oh, that's terrible.
You are badly roboting.
That was going to be good, that as well. Shame.
My bad, Bill.
So let's do the debunking together. We're going to be a force to reckon with. Gonna have to do a short video on this, debunking the Metabunk Earth curve calculator. I don't know how they'd solve it as well. I mean, obviously the Rumpus has said that the surface level has been wrongly labelled. I don't know what you could call that, though. I don't know how we could help them clear it up. I'm not too sure. It's not up to us, is it, to solve it? We just debunk it. If anybody else wants to, I don't know, just check our work. You want to rebunk it? Is that what you do?
Yeah, we don't need to correct their model.
Yeah.
So they have problem, and they should seek solution. And if maybe they will find some. I suspect that this new solution would correct maybe this error, but it would inevitably fall into another contradiction. But that would be interesting.
Yeah, the equipotential angle of adjustment obviously needs to start making an introduction, I think. Might help them out a little bit. But the first one that needs to go is obviously that surface level, eye level. You can't be saying
this
things
is
like that.
embarrassing. Yes. Just spoiling everything.
That's a schoolboy error, and for nobody to have noticed it. How long's Metabunk curve calculator been going? Is there a thing on it?
I don't know how long this picture is, because I don't think that this is as old as this very calculator. This part where you are just inserting some numbers and you have outcome. So I don't know if it is created at the same time as a calculator. This picture.
It does say
I'm
on
not
the
sure.
curve calculator, it says it's not accurate for observations over water, very close to the horizon.
Yes, because of this refraction. So he is disclaiming refraction, because this calculator includes refraction, and it doesn't work that way, as Rumpus wanted to work. So he had to add that because it cannot work. So in fact, he's disclaiming refraction. But okay, people just
Rumpus
take.
isn't using that, is he, for when he goes to Bedford?
Rumpus?
Yeah, he's not going to use that. He says you can't use that.
Yes, because
I mean, where's his horizon? It's nowhere near the horizon. It's crazy.
Yes, this Metabunk says that you cannot use these calculations because refraction over water is not working as intended, let's say. So for me, this is just disclaimer. So if you use this calculator and something is wrong, Mick West is saying, this is not my fault because this refraction, it doesn't work according to calculator on short distance between water and horizon, or whatever, on very small elevation. So I am not guilty. So this is what this disclaimer is for.
Well, I'm pretty sure when Blue Marble Science gave us the numbers and when Stark Odder gave us the Ruhif numbers, then I don't know whether they were taking refraction into account, right? It's literally like Mick West says, McToon says, it's just the 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes,
physical drop, that's all they're concerned with.
Yes, originally Robotum, of course, didn't calculate any refraction. So this is added only because in like 2016, Rumpus was one of the first who noticed that this drop does not conform to what we see. So he found that troublesome. So I think that whole bunch of people started to work over refraction. And then this calculator appeared, but still it does not work because it mainly because it just ignores perspective. So it does not work with perspective very well. So it is just another embarrassment here. But yes, this is after this trouble with drop. Robotum drop in reality doesn't work. So it is not existent.
Did you say Rumpus noticed?
Yep.
Why didn't Rumpus notice that the Metabunk curve calculator had surface level wrote on it? Because he noticed it the other day when whatever did that thing. And he said it was wrong.
Yes, that's why I am not sure when this picture appeared on this page, because maybe it is added later than originally this Metabunk calculator. Because I think that this is addition to that calculator, and it maybe appeared long after original Metabunk calculator appeared. I am not sure. I don't know that, but still it is not related to this calculator. This is just a picture. Well, like you said, this is just a toy. You can move points here and there.
Interactive thing. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. But I don't think that it is in original time on the page.
I think anybody
that,
can do that sort of stuff in GeoGebra nowadays.
Yeah, yes. I think that it was added later. I am not sure, but I think so. For more confusion, I think, because it is confusing picture.
There we go. I'll put it back on again. Put it on here so people can see it. Check that out. It's a beautiful thing, really. So, of course, it's all wrong. It's what we call a mental pacifier. You can imagine that is... well, you can imagine that has the ability to convince you 'tis globe. If you want. Or you can imagine it doesn't make any sense. And you can imagine it's not even worth talking about. If nobody else is talking about it, then why bother talking about it? I mean, if somebody points out a contradiction and you don't really understand logic, then what does that contradiction mean to you? I would suggest a mind that doesn't understand logic can't see contradictions. And that's why it's gone so many years. Right now, without anybody noticing that it says surface level on it. It says surface level right there. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, surface level. And the horizon below. There's no other way for you to have this. You're looking at this. You're seeing surface level there. And the horizon is below surface level. There's no other way of looking at it. Now, when you look at that and you see the horizon below the surface level, what happens to your brain? What do you actually think? I would say, naturally, you just shut off. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever the moment I see horizon below surface level.
Yes, for me, this picture shows that it does not show reality, because, of course, you cannot have horizon below surface level. So automatically it means that this picture does not show reality. Simple.
Timothy's saying there's 11 people in the live stream. Click on the thing for the memberships. So if you're listening now, I know there's not many people listening, click on the receive gifts. Timothy says he's got a membership for you. And this sort of stuff, I know I've gone, like, we've been going over this sort of stuff, and proofs, you know, when you can point out contradictions in long established stuff that nobody else has seen. Is it that nobody else has seen them, or is it that we're just making stuff up? It's hard to tell if you don't understand what a contradiction is. If you can't see the contradiction, then I would say try and come on in and we'll try and explain to you as simply as we can how perpendiculars sort of destroy the globe model. I have to say that yeah, they do. One thing it doesn't do, right? Doesn't prove flat. But that's not what debunkers are about, right? We're not about proving things. We're just about removing the nonsense out of long established facts. Right now, I know it did say that debunking is naturally the effort to show how it's a scam, how it's been put there to deceive. I mean, you could say that, but I think that will be shown by the replies that come back from the debunking community about these contradictions. It will definitely be shown. Whatever says I'm making stuff up.
I think that in that picture, someone made stuff up.
Well, that's Metabunk thing. This on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, whatever says I'm making it up, and I'm not. This is all from the Metabunk curve calculator. You can go there and check it for yourself. That's for everyone to judge for yourself. Like we say, the debunking community is open for this sort of ridicule and for people like whatever. Mick West said, people say you're lying, they're just making stuff up, they'll have a go at slandering you. Some may even threaten you. Like Fight the Flat Earth did a few years ago. Don't worry about it. This is what comes naturally to the debunking community. Let us do the debunking for you. Pointing out these things. We've been watching for a few years, seeing how many people we've been giving hints and stuff, but hey, it's time we actually come out into the debunking community and point out to people. The dogmatic globe model is, as this shows, it has some problems, and I'm not too sure whether there are people out there that want to attempt to solve these problems, but that's not up to us to do. We just do the debunking. I've heard that the debunking community makes proper videos about these, so obviously we're going to have to point out the contradictions. We'll find them, point them out, make a short video about all of the contradictions. We might even get Emma to voice it. It'd sound much better if coming from Emma. So if we start off with the Metabunk curve calculator debunking, we can then move on to, what was the other one? I don't think you can debunk LIGO, can you? Unless somebody says that the elevation profiles are curved upwards. We could probably debunk that.
Yes, we can debunk what some people say about LIGO, but LIGO itself, I don't know, because maybe there is some scam behind that, but I don't know anything about that. So if LIGO exists, so it exists. So you cannot debunk an existing thing to not existing if it exists. But many people or some people are saying stupid things about LIGO. So that could be debunked. Yes.
was looking for
Good afternoon. I'm super late.
Hello.
um. Oh. No. I did have a video of thank you, Timothy. Another 20 members. Thank you, Timothy. I don't think there's that many people, but
You're a good man, Timothy.
yeah, thank you. At least somebody did click the thing, Eric. Blue Marble, you can click the thing as well, you know. Grab yourself a membership. Be honoured to have such a esteemed
intellect.
I was going to say engineer, right, with so much experience.
Oh, well, engineers need to have intellect.
Yeah.
I'll give him that much because I know he's a smart guy. Just plays dumb.
Yeah, I don't know where the whatever spinning water level was. You know the one we watched Red's Rhetoric take up the thing the other day. So yeah, whatever, and Blue Marble. Where's Wally? I think I've got some bad news for you as well. It appears that Betty, the proofless logician, is unwilling to defend Wally.
Yeah, I knew he was going to back out. I knew he was going to back out.
You'd have to.
Yeah, they don't have a choice. They can't defend it.
Simultaneously being down. I mean, it is whatever and Wally that stated it, and they're severely model afflicted. And I'm not too sure that Betty is as model afflicted, right? You can't. I'm not too sure you can defend this. Rumpus poll here, because I'm pretty sure the Rumpus poll is this one here, and that being perpendicular to the surface level, like Mick West said, level is perpendicular to vertical, and that's what this line is here. This is surface level, and if level is perpendicular to vertical, not too sure about machines talking to me like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will be going back to Bedford. I did check this out. I got this today. I don't know if who's here. Bloods. That one. I know it shows red, but that's a protective suit. It's pink. So I will be able to be seen 6 miles away on the bridge, hopefully holding the Rumpus pole when we go back there. And yes, we are going to go back to Bedford. I know nobody's been out doing anything for quite a while. Doing any tests or whatever. Well, we've got optics tests at the home of the level. Again, since we are on the level and we do put the camera on the level, we're going to go and do it again. take the P1000s to Bedford and try some optics tests. This time, proper optics tests. And we can also do the full nutsack drop Rumpus poll. Blue marbles give us the numbers. I'll have to find them. I don't want to be putting them into the Earth curve calculator. We'll get some of the proper people to do it with the proper maths. Hopefully we can get Rumpus to do it. That'd be an honour if we could get Rumpus to give us a Rumpus pole length for the full drop. Let me check if I had that other picture. Right, so check this out. Oh, there you go. Here's a picture. Now, I'm not too sure, but when you're looking at that picture, you can see that I'm quite a lot lower to the water, and I do have an auto level. So some of the pictures that you may have seen from, you know, through the auto level, they may have been at this height here, a lot closer to the water than up on top of the bridge. That's for anybody who's imagining that they can take pictures from auto levels and stuff and imagine a drop. Well, maybe we could get Rumpus to calculate the length of a Rumpus pole from this position, because I'm pretty sure that the people that have already got the things, they may think it's from a higher position on the bridge. But what happens if you are a lot lower? The Earth thing. How does that affect the Rumpus pole? Doesn't seem to affect the Rumpus pole, the position or the height of the it changes the hidden and the visible, but doesn't actually adjust the Rumpus pole. Yeah, God, yeah. I'll get this picture here. This. It's that. That's a Rumpus pole there. Is everybody okay with that being the Rumpus pole perpendicular? Yeah, no, it can't be though, Redmond.
So he got it wrong. Sorry.
I know, it looks wrong on the picture, the Metabunk Earth curve thing. It's hard to tell. It's deceiving, I think. And that's what us debunkers do, right? We not only have to point out the fallacies, but we have to point out when this seems deliberately deceiving. And this, to me, does seem like it's deliberately deceiving, because nobody seems to be able to state where the Rumpus poll will go. There's nobody coming forth with it, like there's no blue marble science, there's no whatever saying, look, the Rumpus poll goes here. Everybody knows this. What is it that you don't understand? Like, where are they? Where are the experts? That's right. There are no experts on this. It's almost like the whole thing is a big sham where nobody knows anything. Rumpus may be the only one that knows anything, and everybody knows that you can't talk to Rumpus. There's at least other people that you can talk to, but not Rumpus or Blue Marble Science, Wally, whatever. F.E. Dogma. Where's F.E. Dogma gone? He's gone missing, hasn't he? He was normally hot for this sort of stuff. The twin tangent shit sent him crazy, I think. How do you deal with the contradictions of, these model-induced contradictions? You've got horizontal, the blue marble induced horizontal paradox. Now you've got this is sort of related to the blue marble induced horizontal paradox, isn't it? Because you can't really work out where the vertical's going to go, whether it is vertical. How do you position your Rumpus pole? I know it's perpendicular to what you call a horizontal surface level, but can that be considered as a vertical just because it's perpendicular to a horizontal surface level, perpendicular to a level? Just because Mick West says that level is perpendicular to vertical, does that make all perpendiculars to level vertical? This is 2023. This is new maths. Who are the experts? Because I knew what I thought I knew about the perpendicularity and vertical and horizontal level. I think everybody knows that. And when you have proofs of it, obviously, within reality, tests that you've done, then what are you meant to be doing? Can a proof, a mathematical proof in reality, can that be undone because somebody's got some new maths with contradictions that they can't explain? Can you undo an old school deductive proof with some words from new maths?
You cannot do that. The only way that some new pseudo-philosophers they just invented new way, and this new way is just to forget about old school deductive logic. Just forget it. If people forget, and when they forget, the job will be easier. Then you can have this new math. But first, people have to forget old logic, old geometry. That's why they removed Euclid from school. Because when people learned Euclid, they couldn't forget logic. And now people are forgetting about logic. So new math has more room, let's say. And it's working. So this deception is working.
New sophisticated maths.
Yeah, because there is no counter. Of course, we can counter that, but we are not many. So if people don't know Euclid geometry and logic, principles of logic, normal Aristotelian logic, they cannot refute. They have to believe that this new math is true, because they cannot counter.
Thank you very much, Timothy. Again, I don't think there's enough people there. Somebody want to click the thing and try it? Jackie Chan says these diagrams are weird statements, just baffle me. It's just sounds like insane people lying to con people on stuff that is blatantly not right. Most of it goes over my head, especially this late in the day. Yes. Well, I think we were talking about that earlier with Emma. They naturally, when most people see these things, or when you hear certain arguments or certain things that are spoken, when vacuous statements are made, contradictory statements, fallacies are spoken, it doesn't really matter. Whenever you hear anything like that or see it, your brain doesn't comprehend it, right? It doesn't go in through that logical processing. You don't make connections within what it is you're looking at that can have a relation to reality. So, like Jackie's just said, it doesn't make any sense, so it doesn't go in. Well, that's not necessarily because you're not understanding it. Perhaps you are understanding it, and your brain's just telling you that you don't need to take that in because it is nonsense. It might be an automatic nonsense detector that's going off. I think that sort of stuff happens more often than not. And people don't have their own confidence within themselves to notice that that's what's going on. Their internal bullshit detector is just going off. If you learn logic, you'll be able to point out that fallacy. Right? You'll be able to just look at it and go, that bit there, that's the bit that's not right. That's the beauty of logic. And I think everybody has it. But the education system, number one, you don't get taught logic, so you don't get chance to actually hone your skills. But it's innate. You can't get rid of logic. So there is something that's a natural sense that you get taught to turn off within education. So step one, don't teach logic. And step two, get people to turn off this natural bullshit detector. Don't trust yourself. Believe or make believe that you don't understand mathematics. Not that you don't understand the bullshit, just that you don't think you understand mathematics. And when people see this stuff, even Globers, right? Even Globers, they don't, it doesn't go in. They can't process it. And that will be explained by the fact that nobody can place a Rumpus pole. Where do you place it? There's no place to place a rumpus pole without contradiction. It can't be done. You either have to contradict the methods that you're using to derive it, or you have to contradict the perpendicularity of the triangle. Yeah, that's nice, Gods. God says, the other beauty of logic is that you don't need to know the fallacies' names. Your gut will tell you when you hear bullshit, as long as you start with logic. Yeah, that's right. I don't like the idea of the people that come out with the names of fallacies, just with the name. You have to be able to explain the fallacy and show it. Demonstrate the fallacy. Demonstrate where the fallacy works and how the fallacy works. Don't just come out with names of fallacies, because most people are new to this logic. In fact, everybody's new to logic. You're best off just taking it that nobody knows anything about logic because it's not been taught. And if it has been taught, it's been taught to kids as in a computer language, not the old school logic. I keep talking to my dad about this sort of stuff because he's getting on about Blue Marble Age. And he can't really remember. He did get taught some sort of logic, but trying to formulate logic at like an elderly age is like teaching an old dog new tricks. It's always been there, but hard to develop.
But the same is with sophistical tricks. If man is old, he would not learn new tricks in sophistry. So he has to repeat old tricks only. And they are doing that. And by the way, there are just a limited amount of sophistical tricks. So you cannot go ad infinitum with these tricks. There are just few of them, in fact.
Yeah, they normally start with calling them a paradox, because everybody knows there's no such thing as a paradox, right? So it's a problem that needs to be solved, not something that needs to be accepted.
Yeah.
And normally, like, yeah, trust you. If something doesn't seem right, chances are, modern day, yeah, it's a contradiction or something. There's something there that isn't right. You can feel it in the air. Living in modern times, it's everywhere. The amount of contradictions that people are walking around with is scary at times. And you can see these consequences of people walking around with contradictions. The scariest part is when they're shown a contradiction, yet they accept the contradiction. They keep both contradictory ideas and they incorporate that into their worldview. When you do that, that's when madness starts to set in. You can't accept contradictions. Or you shouldn't accept contradictions unless you do want to detach yourself from reality. Few people do seem to want to do that.
All right, I am off to bed. Good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paper. What's Jim got here? It's a list of questions that you'll never get answered.
He always does that. He says goodbye and he leaves faster than I can get to my microphone button.
Can't say bye. He'll
Goodbye,
still be
Paper.
listening now, I think. I think he still listens. Godzilla says, Bev may
I
not...
shouldn't really...
Go on.
Sorry. I was going to say I shouldn't really say anything. Sometimes I just leave. Or my phone dies and I don't get to come back. Anyways, sorry, carry on.
God says, Bev may not agree with this take, but apart from the sheer indoctrination, I think the biggest factor that keeps people in cog dis is that behind the knowledge awaits the creator. Ooh, that's deep, good. I think that's one of the arguments.
Yeah, they don't like them.
Well, I really like the idea of the ontological argument because of the fact that it really does make people think about that. And modern day times, I really don't think people have ever done that. They don't. There's certain questions that you never ask yourself. Although I think internally you must ask yourself these questions. But I don't think there's a chance that you actually really use the contradictions and the way that you should. It's hard work. Living with I don't know. How do you deal with modern day life when you're not really aware of all of the things that are going on? The philosophy course has taught us quite a lot, but nothing that you didn't already know. That's the thing. Everybody already has their own life and their own philosophy. But learning other people's philosophies just gets you to know that there's all sorts of different people out there. But I'm pretty sure that everybody knows that anyway. The only way to do that is to talk to people. But when people get really upset by people because of their worldview, may be interrupted by something that somebody else says. Who knows? We say Discord's open. Oh, I don't know. Didn't even get a chance to do the perfect maths, did I? Let me check. I'll leave that as a thing for everybody to look at. This is oh. This is Fight the Flat Earth and Perfect Maths. Shut that off. It's a shame Fight the Flat Earth disappeared from the Tartaria channel before I got a chance to talk to him. Yes, the perfect maths is the h equals r brackets 1 minus cos a. It's not hard, says Fight the Flat Earth. I say, what's h? He says, observer height. So we made this. This is Fight the Flat Earth and the Perfect Maths to go along with that statement. That, according to Fight the Flat Earth, is the perfect maths. The 8 inches per mile squared is wrong according to some people. It's not according to McToon, but Fight the Flat Earth says this is the perfect maths. There's no paradox, Wally. There's no paradoxes. And that's the one that Betty is going over. So we'll see how Betty does defending your rocket paradox. Would it be reciprocal? Because I think that's one of the things, isn't it? Things have to be working in the opposite direction. So that's the perfect maths. And did I have a let me check for the McToon one, just to go over, because these are all of the contradictory things. Would I have put it McToon? No, I think it would have been a newer one. Oh no, maybe this is it.
I'll say I'll do it right here.
There we go. This is it. I'll get this bit for you guys in the YouTube, in the Discord. And then you guys in the YouTube. This is McToon. So in case you're wondering what we've been talking about and the difference between the Metabunk Earth curve calculator, and we've been saying just using the 8 inches per mile squared. Well, this is McToon. Now, McToon, if you don't know, he's one of the biggest Flat Earth Society members there is, and he likes to continue the false narrative that keeps him going, right? He needs to generate these conversations. So this is a conversation that he has with another guy who's called, his YouTube persona is called Professor Dave. Now, don't let that fool you into thinking that he's a professor. He's not. It's just a YouTube character name that he uses. And it looks impressive whenever you're talking to people like McToon. And when McToon says this. But so don't be fooled by the fact that he uses Professor Dave and that McToon is correcting Professor Dave. This is just one Flat Earth Society guy correcting one of his mates. It's probably for show. But I think Professor Dave, the not professor, did a video about 10 things about flat earthers or whatever. And McToon is now replying to him about this. So listen to this, please, everybody. Make sure this guy's called McToon, and he is a debunker. This is how you debunk your fellow debunkers. You spot a problem, you state it, just like this.
I'll say I'll do it right here. Professor Dave, in your 10 things that all flat earthers say video, point number 3, I believe, you said that they all say 8 inches per mile squared, and you're correct on that. And then you said it's wrong because it's a parabola, and you're wrong on that, Professor Dave. The reason why it's the wrong formula is because it's for drop, not because it's a parabola. When you use it for drop, it's fine. You are going to get, for as many digits of precision that you need for your observation, you're going to get enough digits of precision using that approximation. Because when you're looking at something over 60 miles or 100 miles, you're not getting 6 digits of precision. You'd be lucky to get 2 or 3 digits of precision. So Dave, I appreciate that video. It's a great video. And we're going to show it here in a second. But that particular part of it, you got wrong. So I got to put them at your buds.
There you go. So you've heard it here. He got it wrong. They're not Professor Dave got it wrong. And it looks like Fight the Flat Earth has got it wrong as well. Because he doesn't go with the 8 inches per mile squared. Fight the Flat Earth goes with H equals R brackets 1 minus cos A, which is just the H derivative of the Al-Biruni. Very clever. Maths, like he is, he's Fight the Flat Earth. He's another guy that's never actually shown any of his qualifications, and we were talking to Steve McRae the other day. Well, we weren't talking to him. He was slandering us. And he also doesn't believe Fight the Flat Earth and his qualifications.
That photo was taken at Muir State Park, and I was at Warren Dunes, which is 3 miles south of there just a couple hours ago. I decided to come back to Michigan City and not continue my journey northward, because Warren Dunes State Park is right on the Lake Michigan, just as St. Joseph is right on Lake Michigan. You do a little. Josh Nowicki had to do a little bit of walking to get to this photo, but it's interesting. Warren Dunes is 53 miles away. This photo's 56, and St. Joseph is 62 miles. So it's all a nice place to see that we don't live on a ball.
Well, looking over water. Yeah,
looking
nice.
looking over water is an entire new ball game. I'm telling you, folks. I've been here a little less than 3 months, and I went mid-February to look, and it was cold, and of course the water was cold, and I saw Chicago from 38 miles away. It was just like right there in my face. And another time I went at Michigan City, 38 miles away. And another time I went, it's just like right there in my face. I even, got a good shot of my iPhone, which doesn't magnify all that much. The other times I go, I can't see a thing. And I have a video, maybe I'll share it sometime, from 32 miles away, Beverly Shores, that there looks like there's a tsunami, a wave that's ready to knock these 2 boats over. I've seen water behind boats before from a distance away, but I've never seen water that high. And it blocked about half of Chicago. You can see about half of Sears Tower behind it. But I'll share it sometime. I need to go find it. It's on my phone here. It's on my laptop. But it's a very interesting video, because I've never seen that kind of water behind boats that was that high. It looked like a tidal wave.
Could be some sort of like a lifting of the image, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not too sure how much you could ever get from a picture. Pictures are nice. You can get a lot of nice ideas from pictures, but it'll be completely different every time you go.
Oh, absolutely. I got a P1000 a couple months ago, because I moved to Michigan City in this area just so I could see, across Lake Michigan. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm not big into stills and pictures and photos. I'm going to take video, and I'm going to take it, different times of maybe the day, or I'll take it on, consecutive days when the weather's good. And so, yeah, you're exactly right. Over water is a totally different ball game than over land.
How are you for proof? Do you have any
proof of Chicago yet? I just have 38. I just have 38 miles. I don't have 53, 56, or 62 yet. I have 38, which, is 816 feet if you go by the Earth curve calculator before you take in observation height. And so obviously it would probably be 700 feet if I take into account observation height. But no, as far as
I don't go by Earth curve calculator.
Yeah.
I just go by pictures.
Oh, I agree with you. And no, I don't have any proof of 53, 56, or 62 miles yet. I've only looked at it twice. I was up to St. Joseph April 9th and April 14th. And the conditions weren't all that great. I mean, the weather was great. It was 70 and 77. But next week it's supposed to be 72 and sunny. So, but tomorrow and Saturday is supposed to be pretty nice. And I'll probably go to St. Joseph tomorrow or Saturday, get my coffee there. They got a coffee shop called Bigley's, Biggly, that's really close to the beach. And I'll see what they get. I'll see what they have. So it'll be fun. I'll share it. If you guys ever want my video shared here, I'll just get the screen share them with you. I'll be happy to do that.
Do you think it would be a proof of anything, or just a proof that you can see it?
I think this is just my personal opinion, 38 miles, Michigan City, where I live, is not conclusive. I think you have to get over 50 to be somewhat conclusive. And I think if you can get the 62-mile shot from, the boardwalk there in St. Joseph's about 20 feet observation height, 62 miles away. I think if you can get that shot with the sun moving away from behind Chicago at about 8 o'clock, it's about 8:15 now, sunset. If you can get that shot with silhouette behind Chicago, and you can get the 2/3, if not all of Chicago, then I would call that conclusive. Now, if somebody wants conclusive that we don't live on a spinning ball of 3,959 mile radius.
You think a picture could disprove?
Well, I need a video. I'm not into pictures anymore. I'm into video. And that's the reason I got the P1000, because you can buy a Sony that takes much better pictures than this thing does. But when you can capture 2164K and go up to 125 mag, 3000 millimeter, and you can do it well, I think that makes it, to me, it makes it conclusive. If somebody wants to downplay it, that's okay.
I think I don't know how long you've been around here. Nah, I would say this Discord server may have the most P1000s available.
Great. Well, this is my first day, so I haven't been around long.
Well, my son is a photographer, and he has 2 P1000s.
Really?
One infrared and one just like a normal bog standard.
Wow. Yeah, did it cost, what did it cost them to put the infrared on? I heard it's a little pricey, but not too bad.
It was gifted.
Oh, so he got it that way. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I mean it would be for us to do that, it would be far too risky to be able to take the camera and hand it over. But the risk of losing all of that sort of money. So thank you very much to the factor of that. But yeah,
I've heard, I might be wrong because I haven't done it and I haven't talked to anybody, but I've heard they almost got to take the camera apart to put the infrared in it.
Yeah, the P1000's a lot harder than the P900. Yeah. The P900's quite easy, but
we
made it more difficult as they would.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
looking
old
for-
school cameras used to come with it bog standard infrared, but it's one of the things that they had to put on cameras to stop them from being able to see things that they probably shouldn't in old school.
Yeah, it's all real interesting, but I never lived on a large body of water before, an ocean, but Lake Michigan's, pretty good size, and not much waves, but yeah, I tell you what, if somebody's going to talk to me about refraction over water and how they calculate it, good luck with that. It's like, give me a break. It could change, literally change. I'm not going to say it's going to change from hour to hour, but that's why time lapse. You know about the P1000 has a couple of time lapse features to it, and so I'm looking to get an extended battery that I can plug in, that I can take time lapse. I think time lapse would help, but obviously day to day, I tell you, over Lake Michigan, it just changes. I can't believe how much it changes. I go there and I go, where's it at? And I go back and a couple of days later, it's like, it's right there in my face. It's like, my goodness.
So you're looking for that Joshua Nowicki shot, are you? Do you think you'll get it?
Well, I've gotten this. Yeah, I'll get it. Yeah, because I'm right here, and so it's the only reason I'm here. I mean, I'm here for the. I'm trying to get in touch with colleges around here. Wheaton College has said maybe in the fall, and Moody Bible has said maybe in the fall. And I have my first gentleman in South Bend who owns a Christian radio station who says, go ahead and get somebody and we'll get you on. Matthew Learns, Matthew Learns has agreed to go on with me as the Globe Earther. So, I'm here to engage with college people if I possibly can. If not, I want the shot, and I want to do 6 or 8 or 10 videos that are 30 to an hour long that are somewhat professional. I have somebody who's going to help me. And then Alex has given me permission to use his music whenever I want to. So I'm gonna try to get them onto YouTube and spread them around. That we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space.
Yeah. We do logic here, right?
Yeah.
And I've never liked the idea of a "we don't" statement. It just sounds wrong to me.
Yeah, I'm 64, and about 2 years ago, May 1st, somebody asked me to look into flat Earth, and I said I'm not going to be a crazy person. I'm not going to do that. And I was just looking into virology, what I consider virology, and so I didn't want to, I thought flat Earthers were stupid. And then I became one 6 months later. And so, I reject flat Earth at stationary topographical plane. And Michelson Morley, tells us it's basically stationary. And so, yeah, I'm pretty definitive on, we don't live on a ball through the vacuum of outer space, that it's some sort of a stationary, plane that we live on. And obviously, the early warning system in 1957 says we can't get to the North Pole, and the Antarctic Treaty in 1959 went into effect 1961, says we can't freely and privately go south of the 60th parallel. So I don't know exactly what it is, what we live on. I just know it's not a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space.
But you say you call yourself a flat earther.
Well, I don't call myself a flat earther. I call myself a stationary topographical plane, or you can go water world, or you can go under the heavens, and if you want to go there, if you wanted to call me a biblical cosmologist, I don't go by that. But if you want to call me a biblical cosmologist,
I choose not to label people at all.
Yeah,
You're Jim.
I'm not a flat earther. Yeah, you just call me Jim. That's fine.
So you don't call yourself a flat earther then?
No, flat Earth is a deception.
That's I'm going to do a video on the reason there's no proof of flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
What would be your take?
Oh, first of all, I like to see it, and obviously, if there's no flat Earth, I would obviously agree with the term that there is no flat Earth, because flat Earth is a deception. So, first of all, it's not flat. Second of all, it's not Earth. If you go by the secular term, it's 71% water, 29% Earth. Earth is the land, and so then you have water. If you go biblically, you have Genesis 1:6-10, waters above, waters below, with earth or land coming out of the water. So it's very possible that we're 96, 97, 98%, who knows, water, and 2, 3, 4% land. It's very possible if you take into account what Genesis 1:6-10 says. So flat is wrong. Earth is wrong. So flat Earth is a deception. Now, I know globe Earth is. I'm not going to get into globe Earth today, and but I know flat Earth is a deception. So that's why I don't want to be called a flat earther. I reject the term, and I tell people I tell flat earthers I reject the term. And I even, yeah, I got banned out of 24/7 Discord last July, August, because I wrote a little meme that said I'm not a flat earther, and then I described below why I'm not. I didn't say I was a globe earther or anything like that. I just said this is why I'm not. And somebody said, well, what are you doing in this channel as a flat earther? If you deny you're a flat earther. And then they got some people together. Somebody told me they got a bunch of people together, silver, gold, whatever they are. And it's like within 45 minutes I was banned. It was just like from a simple meme that I'm not a flat earther, but I was more looking into the Bible and how flat earth is not the correct term. They didn't like that. So he banned me. Oh, those silly flat earthers.
But they only want flat earthers in the group.
Oh, it's terrible, man. I'm telling you what. I'm telling you. I had this guy, short story. I had this guy came by February, helped me with my computer. And he wasn't spiritual, but he was very smart on the computer. He was very nice. And he wanted a piece of paper to write on, and I gave him a piece of paper. On the other side was Lawrence and Fitzgerald, picture of them. And he said, "Oh, you like getting that stuff?" Yeah, I said, "Yeah, I like talking about this." And he looked at my business card, which says Waterworld on. He says, "I don't like that." And then he looks at my hat that says Under the Heavens. He goes, "That's kind of cool." And then I told him, "What do you think about flat Earth?" He goes, "You got to get rid of that one." I mean, that just turns people off. It's just like, that's what I've been saying. Oh my goodness. So if you want to turn somebody off, just go up to them in a restaurant or a beach or someplace and say, "Hi, I'm Jim. I'm a flat earther," and see if they listen to you anymore.
I will say welcome, Jim.
Oh my! It hasn't been a fun journey the last 15, 16 months, but it's been an interesting journey.
So you are new to this then, within the last couple of years?
Yeah, November 1st, 2021. When I found out, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to use my privileges. When I found out the last 3 years, what they started with us about 38 months ago wasn't what we were told. Then I looked at, what else were we lied to about? And other than learning how to parallel park when I was 16 years old, I was basically lied to about everything, but not parallel parking. That was probably the truth.
Wow. Normally it's the gateway, I would say, but I mean, it's modern times. Probably there's a chance that that's definitely changed. It used to be the moon, but
yeah,
like I think nowadays, modern times, modern day, there's other things that people have more certainty about, or more questions about?
Yeah, my pathway was virology. That's what made me question things, because I found out about virology and Antoine Béchamp terrain theory versus Louis Pasteur's germ theory, and I looked into that, and it just kind of hit me. They closed down the world. 3 billion people couldn't go to work, and so at the time I believed it, but it took me about 2.5 months, June of 2020, to realize that something wasn't right.
Weird that you've ended up here, right?
Pardon me?
It's weird that you've ended up here.
Oh, it's Discord's been 15 months now, and I've been in Michigan City for almost 3, and it's been real interesting. It's fun to be the one that I thought 2 years ago was the crazy, uneducated, stupid person, to actually being that person. So it's been fun. And I started looking into physics in January, just a few months ago, and special and general relativity, and now I've kind of diving into quantum mechanics the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, and I can give you wave superposition when it comes to quantum mechanics. It's just basically two boats passing together, and they create waves, and when the waves hit each other, they make one big wave. That's kind of wave superposition. But the particle aspect of quantum mechanics, and it's just nuts. I mean, it's just absolutely nuts. I mean, quantum mechanics is all math. There is no physical evidence that any of that stuff is true. It's all math.
It's all math. So all we do here is advanced simplicity, right? We break things down to first principles and make sure that everybody gets that from the beginning. We don't bother with quantum.
Who was it? Henry David Thoreau, in his poem or story on Golden Pond, or on Wallen's Pond, he said 3 words: simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. That's it. It's not rocket science.
I think Buster sings it better.
So we sit here going, well, we don't live on a spinning ball, and I'm not going to get into the virology part of it. And nuclear weapons don't exist, and global warming isn't true, because you got to have a globe to have global warming. I already knew evolution wasn't right, and it's Cold War obviously didn't happen because nuclear weapons don't exist, and so it's just been a real interesting journey. And I don't know. I got a lot of stuff here that I've researched, and it's been fun. It's been interesting. And when I go out and see people, I'm not shy. I have my 3 hats. One says stationary topographical plane. The other one says water world. The other one says under the heavens. And I take my books with me. And so I'm not shy about telling people that we don't live on a ball, spinning space ball.
What about talking to people?
Oh, I do that all the time. I mean, I don't care where I'm at. Whether I bring it up or they bring it up. Today, for example, at a restaurant here in Michigan City, I took my stuff in, and I was reading it, and I did some copying, and people noticed that I have my stuff because they see me before. And on the way out, when I checked out with the lady, I don't know if she owns the restaurant and just runs it, I said, we're stationary, don't you? There's no evidence that we're moving around the sun. And I showed her my hat, because I was wearing the hat that says stationary. And she just kind of looks at me, and I go, and I continued on. And then I went across the street to get some copies that I had done at the UPS store. And there was a lady, it was inside of a hardware store. And there was a lady at the checkout of the hardware store, and she was wearing this thing, that people have been wearing for a few years now. and I went into my spiel about Antoine Béchamp's terrain theory, and it's a 1 minute. I can get through it in a minute, and I just said, hey, please take that. I'm not going to say it. Please take that thing off, because don't worry about it. And I just left. Said, don't worry about things.
I like your stories, Jim.
Thank you. I wish I could. I love talking virology. I love talking virology more than I love talking cosmology. But unfortunately, they don't let us do that much anymore.
I'm sure when we're offline, it's okay.
Yeah, I know Telegram, you can talk about it. Telegram, you can text it, and you can get into video chats and talk about anything you want to. But Discord's cool. I mean, Discord's cool, but they're pretty big on there.
Yeah, this is YouTube live at the minute though, so
they're pretty big on keeping us quiet on that virology stuff.
Right, can I run you through? I've got a series of 4 things here to take you through some questions. See how you do.
Please, if you want, it's your server, so thank you for having me on.
It's not my server.
Well, thank you for having me on anyway.
Right, see that in the live chat.
Oh, in the
no,
live
man. Thank Jim for being here. Thank you, Jim.
Well, you're welcome. Again, I enjoy the conversation. I know, absolutely. I just got back from, like I said, from Warren Dunes State Park and looking over Lake Michigan, so that was fun. I took some video. So it's all good. It's all fun. Okay, so cognitive dissonance checking.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that may be a bit triggering, right? But it is sort of like 2 questions to start off with.
Okay.
Question
Do you
1.
imagine the cardinal directions of north, south, east, west are lines at right angles to each other? Yeah, Euclidean geometry kind of tells me that things are kind of straight.
Okay.
And how many of the 2 straight lines do you imagine are circles? Oh my goodness. How many of the 2 straight lines do you imagine are circles? Oh my goodness. Can you imagine?
I can't even listen to that without laughing.
I'm sorry. I don't see any circles.
So none.
0. Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. At the very bottom, it says on the level dot live.
Yeah.
And so there is a 0 on the on. You see where it says 0 on? That is a 0.
None, 1 or 2. That's the.
Well, I do see 1 because on the level dot live has a 0 on the on, the ON. Yeah. So there is 1.
Yeah, no, but within the north, south, east, and west.
Oh, I don't see any.
So that would be none. You see none.
None. Yes.
How could you imagine straight lines as circles? Right, here we go. Here's the next one then.
I'm not real big into level is curved.
Yeah, well, that's may not be what we're going on about here. What about this one then? Right, check this.
You got no one for me?
Yeah. I've got this 4 of these all together.
My goodness! Oh my goodness! I didn't know I was going to have to take a test. My goodness!
Yeah, it's not a test. It's just a.
I know it's not. I know it's not. I'm just
right.
joking.
Do you believe, or can you imagine a place where the only direction is south?
Well, on a stationary topographical plane, you have your north, and then when you go outside, when you start moving away from your magnetic north or whatever north you want to call it, everything is south.
Okay, so you can. That's one thing you can imagine then.
Oh yeah, I can. When you get away from the indoctrination of your ball, and you realize you're on a stationary topographical plane, everything away from magnetic north of the center of the plane is you're going south.
Okay. So that one for you would be that's an okay. You can imagine that. Yeah, here's the next one. Ooh. Sort of similar.
Can you imagine somewhere where south is every direction? Well, I guess if you get south and you turn around and start heading back north, I guess the answer would be no. A place where there is no east and west. Yeah, I can see that. Can you imagine it? I love it. You know what happens when astronomers look, you know what astronomers do when they look into the sky? They imagine or they pretend. I like that one.
Yeah. See the next one?
Do you believe there is a place where the only direction you can walk is north? Yes. If you're south and you turn around and start going north on a plane, sure you can be walking north. Back
Only
towards
direction though.
Oh, the only direction?
Hmm.
Oh, I don't know. I tell you what, this sounds like Schwarzenegger's cat. It's a thought equation. It's a thought, it's a thought
It
thing.
is, yeah. It's like a
It's like Schwarzenegger's cat. Hey, why didn't Schwarzenegger have a dog instead of a cat? I mean, we won't get into that. Anyway,
Sorry,
nobody wants to kill a dog. Cats are expendable. Do you believe there is a place where the only direction you can walk is north? I don't know. I'll go with yes.
I'll go with no.
Okay.
Okay. Well then, this is the last one.
Okay.
This is fun, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, I woke up today going, I'm going to go get breakfast. I'm going to do a little bit of, typing stuff, not typing, but writing stuff down in my notebook. And I'm going to go see some Lake Michigan. And then I come here and it's like, you guys are making me think. Come on, stop it. Oh my goodness. So is there another one?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, I didn't scroll down. Can you see the contradiction? Oh my goodness. Absolutely. Well, to be perfectly honest with you, on your stationary plane, the one on the right makes perfect sense if the middle is north, and on your left, if the middle is south, and you can't do the one on your left if you're on a stationary plane, but you can definitely do the one on your right if you're on a stationary plane and the center is north.
Very much gods. So you can have one of them but not the other.
From what I see here, if the center on the one on the right is north, that you can definitely do that. If the one on the left, if the center is south, I don't believe you can do that on a stationary plane.
Okay. Can you see the contradiction or any contradiction that you may be holding?
It just looks, the one on the left just looks silly to me. So it's hard to say what the contradiction is. The one on the left just looks silly.
Well, I would say the contradiction for you would be in your early statements where I asked you how many of the two straight lines do you imagine as circles?
Yeah, I'm scrolling back up to there at cognitive dits check-in questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Bev
I don't.
broke me with the compass too. I know.
I'm just one of those.
Bev, why does the compass have circles on it?
So Bev, are you on the level live? Is that you?
That's the website, yeah.
Cool.
Technically, it's all of us.
That's cool.
But yeah, nobody else helps me write any of that shit, do they?
No, I just come in and give my 2 cents.
You all give me inspiration, but I still write all that shit. Your contradiction is, Jim, that your east and west isn't a straight line.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. I wouldn't doubt anything you would say to me that was wrong. I wouldn't doubt it at all. The only thing I know is that if you're at the magnetic north, which is very difficult to get to the north, right in the middle, it's very difficult because of the 1957, what did I call it? I forget now. Early warning system, 1957. You can't get to the north. So everything out from the north to south. Now, whether you can turn around and go back north, I can, but other than that, I just know I live on a plane or some sort of a plane, not a ball.
Well, this is one of those things, right? You've sort of half got away from the ball, but you've still got the circle.
Well, hey, I'll go with what you say. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you because to me it's kind of like cut and dried. For 62 years, I believe I live on a ball. Even had a telescope when I was 10, and so I just know that I don't experience, observe, see, or experiment that shows me I live on a ball. That all my observations, experiments, experiences tell me I live on a stationary plane. Now, how big that stationary plane is, I have no idea. So, and do I think there's a dome above? Is there some sort of protection above? I tend to believe that, and I have my own opinion. Now, whether it's at 1 level, 3 levels, 7 levels, I have no idea. Are there different levels to it? I have no idea. Are the stars in a particular level? I have no idea. Is the sun and the moon below those stars? Don't know. Don't really care. And so, is there outer space? No. Are there planets? No. Are there solar systems? No. Are there galaxies? No. Are there nebulas? No. Are there black holes? No. There's just us. That's all there is.
How can you be sure with your nose, though? Have you ever heard of epoche?
Say again. I'm sorry.
Have you ever heard of epoche?
No. Not that I know of.
What we've been doing here is we sort of go back to learn from the better times, right? Obviously, when people long ago were far more intelligent than we are nowadays, we've sort of made ourselves less intelligent in order to be easily fooled, because people need to be fooled nowadays. Actual thoughts a bit too much for people to be processing. People have been made stupid. So we would go back to these old days when you're always, when you're thinking there should be a word for that. Why don't I have a word for that thing that I'm thinking of? In the past, they did. They had words, and they've changed words, meanings, and they've literally just taken words out of the use, the common language use. Epoche is one of these words, right? Epoche is a method, a way for you to attain ataraxia, right? And ataraxia is a place of a serene calmness. It's like the ideal state for you to be going into battle. Like not scared, but ready. And are also calm and at peace. That's ataraxia. And epoche is this method where you drop all dogma, right? You don't need to assign anything to dogma. And anything that is dogmatic, you place in this place called epoche, where you don't have to choose anything. You don't have to have an answer until you actually know. So you only have your knowledge and the things that you do know, and the rest of the things you just place in this place called epoche. And it can be more commonly said as a, well, I don't give a fuck. It's literally just don't care.
Yeah.
Like you know that there is no way you can attain an answer, so you don't need to guess. You don't need to apply any sort of dogmatic thing to it. You can just put it in the box of epoche, you know.
Makes sense.
And that sort of helps you.
Yeah, I've heard quite a few people, Bev, in the last 17, 18 months go, I don't give a fuck.
That's what happens. That's a natural reaction, right? And it normally happens when people find themselves in that position where they literally don't know. And it's a natural way to be able to do it. But knowing about it as epoche gives you a reason to be able to be okay with it. Whereas people normally that say, I don't give a fuck, that means they've had a preconception, but then found out that it's possibly wrong. And rather than looking into it, they just sort of like give up the whole thing. But they'll still believe their preconceptions once you've disappeared from them. And that's the thing that I think these questions do. North, south, east and west.
Oh, yeah.
They're imagined as two straight lines, perpendicular to each other. Just as you imagine all of yours are. But you want to turn one of them into a circle. You have to put the north at a point, which gives you a center, which makes east and west necessarily a circle. But you imagine they're a straight line. So the moment, you know, like, you have to see the contradiction. The contradiction is, because that's a globe model, where you have the point and every other direction is the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got 2 points where when you're standing on each of those points, every direction is the other point. Well, that's impossible. Isn't it? Not many people have ever thought of it.
Yeah, it's all very interesting. Absolutely.
The preconceptions that people already have don't fit with what you geometrically think. And when those two things are placed together, that's cog dis. And how many people are living in cog dis? To live on the globe, you have to think that there is a place where the opposite direction, every other direction from that place is, say, north.
It's actually to defend the belief that you live on the globe, because none of us actually live on a globe.
Well, it's a contradiction. Like these sort of things show that they just don't happen in reality. You can't live with contradictions. And most people are living their daily lives with these contradictions. There's no way of getting around it. The only way you can have north, south, east and west being perpendicular is a grid. But that causes problems for everyone. But that's your epoche answer. Flat earthers don't imagine that either. But that's your epoche. Your mathematical grid.
Yeah, the flat earth stuff, you know, it's funny, Bev, you know, like I said before, you know, I despised flat earth before, and I despised it when I actually became one. And so I've been running from flat earth, you know, my whole life, because it's just like, I can't stand that term. I don't know why people run to it and embrace it and think it saves them.
It's an oxymoron.
It's just, it just drives me nuts, man. You know, you know, I'm not going to name names, but a lot of people that I really, really like and listen to, you know, flat earth this and flat earth that. It's like, give me a break, guys. Oh my goodness. Have you seen heliosorcery, Bev?
I don't watch Kelly.
Well, heliosorcery is YouTube. It's a YouTube thing. It came out November 6th, just last year, 2022. And it's Christian based, going against heliocentrism, the history of heliocentrism. And Chris Sparks and his wife and one other person produced it in Australia. And Chris came. I watched some of his videos, and he was having a hard time replacing gravity with something. So I sent him a little note on their website, Earth and Vessels, and he responded the next day, and we eventually talked. We zoomed for like an hour and 15 minutes. A couple of weeks later, he came over and he was on Discord, on Tartaria for like 3 hours. This is a number of months ago. And so he has a Bible study. Their group has a Bible study. It's 10 a.m. on Saturday. The Sabbath for them is on Saturday at 10 a.m. They have a Bible study. So it's like 6, 7 o'clock here on Friday. So I listen in. And what's fascinating is that they tell themselves they're going to go 4 hours. I've never gone 4 hours with them, but it's like they tell themselves, we're going to start at 10. We're going to probably go till 2 o'clock, right? And so, what was I going to say? Oh, I've had whenever we have a little talk, usually about the first 30 minutes of the Bible study, they open it up to people on video and they can share things. And I always tell people, happy stationary topographical plane, Saturday to you. And they keep calling themselves flat earthers. And then I even asked Chris on a text message one time, Chris, we're actually stationary topographical plane, flat earth is deception. And he goes, I hear what you're saying, but we're not quite ready to go there yet. It's okay. At least he's being honest.
Well, when you say stationary topographical plane.
Yes.
The plane is the geometric plane.
Yes, stationary.
2D.
Michelson Morley and every interferometer experiment since then. Obviously, we're topographical Mount Everest down to the bottoms of the Pacific Ocean, 13-mile difference, and we're generally a plane. I'm not going to say we're a perfect plane. Obviously, we're not, but we're generally a plane. And so, stationary is. You can use the word Bev, geocentric if you want to. People will go look that word up because they don't know what it means.
It's the plane.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of because we do stick to geometry pretty much.
Yeah, Bev's planes are all 2D. They don't have any topography.
Yeah, a plane is 2D, and that's just conceptual.
Yeah, I agree with you on that because the stationary part you can scientifically kind of go, okay. The topographical plane you can visually go, okay. And the plane is obviously conceptual. I totally agree with you because it's just it just outlines the plane part. Bev says, I don't live on a ball. And so it's just basically saying I don't live on a ball.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that, right? I think that the moment you said at the beginning, the moment you say flat, you've lost the conversation. But
right.
The moment you say ball, it's exactly the same.
I hate ball
for exactly the same reason. I don't think there's any need for you to try and describe where you live. Everybody knows the topographical part is just measured. That's measured. Well, everybody knows that.
I had one person I tend to agree with them, and I spent $45 to get a hat that says "Under the Heavens." And so what you said is very, very, very true. We shouldn't have to worry about what's underneath. What we look up and see the sky, and a lot of us think it's heaven, or part of heaven up there. And so when you say "under the heavens," you take out the need to describe or define or your shape. And so I really like "Under the Heavens." It's just kind of hard to No, I guess if you talk to somebody long enough, you could, you could get into under the heavens and they'd understand it. But it's I don't want to get into shapes. I hate shapes. What shape is flat? I mean, what shape's the ball? What shape's a leaf? What shape is a tree? What shape is a car? What shape is a house? I hate getting into shapes. So under the heavens, if I had a choice, it'd be under the heavens, but it's kind of hard to get that one across.
Well, shapes obviously geometric.
Yeah.
That's the only way to describe it, and it's all sorts of shapes, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and there's shapes.
And leaves are leaf shaped.
Leaves are leaf shaped. Yeah.
So you literally can't define it.
No, you can't.
That's where the epoche comes in, right?
Yeah.
There's no need for you to attempt to define something that you can't define. And also another one of the traps that people fall in is putting a percentage. Well, the moment you add a percentage, you're saying you know the whole. Because you can't derive a percentage unless you know the whole. And if you don't know the whole, then should you really be saying about a percentage?
No, actually, the percentage is all hypothetical. It has nothing to do with facts. It's just a personal opinion.
Yeah, all you're doing is repeating a paralogism for other people.
Yeah, it's all an opinion. I try to tell people that it's an opinion. It's not a belief system. You will never hear me talk about extra lands outside of the perceived ice wall or Antarctic, whatever you might want to call it on our
ice wall. Ice floats, right?
Oh, I have no doubt that whole thing might be floating. I have no doubt that it might be. Absolutely.
So how could it be a wall?
Well, we're taking it down to what people have seen and the easy way to explain something. And yes.
Okay, sorry, Jim. This is where I get to cut in.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jim. But all water must be contained by a shoreline. It doesn't have to be a wall, but it definitely has to be a shoreline. Thank you.
Yeah, there's always like an elevation of the land that contains the water. The ice can never do that because ice floats on the top of the water. That's a natural known fact. Ice doesn't start freezing at the bottom. If it were to, then we wouldn't have life in the oceans. It's a fact of water that it's an upside down substance. It's exactly the opposite to what you'd expect. As above, so below. Yeah, I wasn't getting at you, Mike. I was just showing that I could do the actual little thing on the E in case he was looking for it. It just looks better with the I don't even know what it's called. I think you're a waterman. I thought you should have known that. Do you sell water, Jim, or?
No, I just drink water.
Okay. Distilled?
No, I haven't gone there yet. I should go to distilled. I just do bottled water. But yeah, you are absolutely right. I should go to distilled water. I actually bought 4 gallons of distilled water about 3 months ago.
Get yourself a distiller.
Yeah. Oh yeah. People who have bought a distiller says that's the way to go.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. I've talked to people with who have bought distillers and do their own water, and they love it. Somebody said, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Somebody said when you go from regular water, whether it's just bottled water like I have, to distill water, your system will flush itself out and you might have diarrhea for 2 or 3 days. Is that right?
It may take a few years actually, but eventually you'll flush all of that shit out. You'll see how much crap you've been putting through your system. And I'd say my personal gain, or other than talking to the people in here and stopping watching TV, the next benefit is clear your water up, because you'll see that all of those tablets that everybody else have been taking gets through the water system and it doesn't get flushed out. So you're taking a concoction of 1 million drugs at those tiny percentages, and everyone's doing that, right? Every bit of water that you drink does that to you, and you're taking in these millions of tablets, tiny fractional doses, but it's a massive concoction. Not in distilled water. You'll be able to see I've got 2 pints of the crap that I've taken out that would have gone through the system, and you can see how bad it's getting. There are people nowadays on all sorts of tablets because you can see it in the water, getting more and more of it.
Yeah, I've heard a really lot of good things about distilled water. I mean, really, really good things about it. And I've never done it, and I haven't done tap water for 15, 20, 30 years, maybe 20 years. I don't know. But, so I absolutely don't do anything out of the tap. But, I just, you probably heard, you live in the States? I live in Indiana, USA. So, so we have, a lot of ice mountain, water here, spring water.
I'm in Canada, so I know all about the cold.
Yeah. So I drink a lot of ice mountain, water. You can buy like 24 or 35, 16.9 ounce, bottles, at one time. And so I've been drinking that for, years and years and years, but no, I've never gone into distilled water, but everybody I ever talked to says that's the way to go.
Absolutely. I've been doing it for years. There's a thing on that I've got on make water pure. Not I don't think people, I've not promoted it enough, really. I should do.
Yeah, I gotta go. Jim, welcome. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you again. I gotta go, Bev. Thanks.
Yeah. Catch you later, Rob. Cheers for calling in.
See you tomorrow. Nice to talk with you, Rob. Thank you for the nice words.
Rob Keeney's been in it for years. He's the nicest guy you'll meet as well.
Yeah, I've met an awful lot of nice people. I hate to say this, but I thought I met some nice globe earthers, but I don't know. It's a tough call now. I mean, Matthew is the closest that I would consider somebody that's kind of a really nice and fun guy to talk to. Because when we debated twice last year in December, November for 2 hours, we didn't need a moderator. It was just like, okay, it's your turn. Oh, it's your turn. And then when we had like 10 minutes to go, wrap things up, Matthew would go, hey, we got 10 minutes to go. It's like, cool. He just reminded me, and it's like, okay, we're done.
Yeah, I've sent Matthew a few messages. I would like to talk to Matthew about the mathematics.
Yeah, so he's all cool. Matthew was so funny. I said, Matthew, Jesus came down and told you that the earth was, not a spinning space ball. Would you believe him? And he goes, yeah, but I have to make sure it's Jesus first. It's so funny. But it would only have to be Jesus. It's like if Moses came down and said, hey, Matthew, the earth is not a spinning baseball. Matthew might go, well, maybe not. It'd have to be Jesus. And Matthew would say, hey, Jesus, can I see your ID? That's probably what he'd say.
Okay, let me just wrap this show up and I'll we'll get off.
Thank you for talking with me.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
I'll be back in a minute. I'll just sort this out and set off the Buster song. Please join us tomorrow. It'll be Free for All Friday, as always. One of the best nights. And we've got these new arguments to be coming out with. So join us then. See you tomorrow. Leaving you with Emma. Check this out.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long stretch of water. This water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B. This water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on the road.
Even altitude.
Suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even altitude.
You'll find truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A and even altitude? At these points and point B, and on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road.
2 points.
Suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A.
You will find peace within.
Point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The point at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance.
There's no end game in mind.
Between 2 points is a straight line.
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal? Horizontal.
Everyone must see it for
horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is
points.
there for you to find.
And then ask yourself, and the water.